discussion about that with Councilmember yeah, he recommends having in accordance with executive orders from the governor to effect social distancing and to mitigate the spread of the COVID-19 virus. We intend to conduct this meeting similarly to an in-person city council meeting, subject to normal council rules. However, please be patient if there are technical issues as we implement this new format. The meeting is being broadcast on CTN and online as usual. Public comment will be via telephone. Call-in information is available on the agenda through Legistar and will also be displayed on the video feed at public comment time. Note there's no need to call into the meeting unless you plan on speaking at public comment or at a public hearing. You will be able to see and hear the entire meeting on CTN or on the online video feed. If you're able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Hayner,
Here.
Councilmember Bannister,
Here.
Councilmember Griswold,
Here.
Councilmember Lum,
Here.
Councilmember Grand,
Here.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Here.
Mayor Taylor,
Here.
Councilmember Eaton,
Here.
Councilmember Nelson,
Here.
Councilmember Smith,
Present.
Councilmember Remlawi.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion of the agenda.
Mayor, you were going to move the closed session to before council after
That's part of our, that's where we are right now. May I have a motion, please, to move our closed session until before public comment? pursuant to Mr. Wilhelm's memo of a few moments ago. Moved
No, it
by
would
Council.
be, excuse me, Mayor, it would be after DC3, it would be before council new business, I believe.
I'm okay with that too. Before DC3, before council new business. Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion? All in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Opposed? The agenda is amended. All in favor of the agenda as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The agenda is approved. We have communications today from our city administrator.
Yes, Mayor, a couple comments, please.
Thank you.
Since our last meeting several weeks ago, the spread of the coronavirus has had a big impact on the way the city does business. Although council and members of the community have shown appreciation for staff, especially our police, fire, and public works folks, I wanted to take a minute and recognize the magnitude of what staff has accomplished. Within a very short time, the city was able to close City Hall, enable those workers whose jobs allow them to work from home to do so, transition our operations to an essential services only operating model, and institute practices supporting the latest health guidelines. These changes would simply not have been possible without the help from dedicated, flexible, and hardworking staff that we have at the city. Also, our strong culture for safety and the historical investment in our IT staff and infrastructure. So I just wanted to express my sincere appreciation to all those involved. Great job, and thank you. We're now about 3 weeks into dealing with the coronavirus, and we clearly have more weeks in front of us. To date, the impact on the community has been widespread and deep. And the longer it lasts, the more challenging will be our recovery, both as individuals and as businesses and organizations. In the months ahead, we'll start talking about the city's financial status and budget. These months will be challenging as well. But with shared sacrifice and thoughtful decision-making, I'm confident we'll remain a strong organization. For the public's reference, there are a number of memorandums attached to the agenda tonight as a city administrator communication item. Some were attached rather late, so I wanted to draw your attention to them. And lastly, at this time in the agenda, I usually thank one of the police officers who attend our council meeting. Since this is a virtual meeting, I'd instead like to call out and recognize one of the many employees who work to make this virtual meeting possible, and that's Jen Grimes from IT. She's our infrastructure and security manager. Thanks, Jen. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. We now come to public comment general time. Please note, during public comment general time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment general time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. Speakers have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to your own time clock. Our clerk will notify you at the 30-second point. Please note that normal council rules do apply during this public comment session as well as subsequent public hearings. The phone number and meeting ID to call in should be displayed on the screen presently. Callers will be called on one by one by the city clerk using the last 3 digits of your telephone number, and you'll hear an automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak. Callers who would like to speak at a public hearing downstream, I guess we'll get to that later, please, while you're speaking, move to a quiet area and mute any television or background sound so that we may hear you clearly. The clerk will keep time and will announce when 30 seconds are remaining. When your time is up, you will be placed on mute so that we may move on to the next speaker. If there are speakers who are new to City Council, public comment is an opportunity to provide comments to Council. City Council listens, of course, but does not generally respond. Our first speaker today is Tim Hall.
Hi, Tim Hall here. Hope you're all staying home and staying safe. As someone who lives in Ann Arbor without a car, one of the biggest barriers to doing so is a lack of affordable housing in dense areas designed for car-free living. Downtown, while dense, is quite expensive and housing options are overwhelmingly student-oriented. Major corridors outside of downtown, such as Plymouth Road and Washtenaw Avenue, have frequent bus service but have limited housing and predominantly auto-oriented land use. As such, I'd like to encourage you to support DC2, a resolution to direct Planning Commission to create a transit-supported development district. This will provide a tool that will allow us to offer more density on major transit corridors suitable for living without a car. In the process, it will also help us increase the housing supply in our community, better serve the existing demand, and offering a significant number of new units outside the expensive downtown core where the vast majority of higher density development is at present. Finally, by helping support living without a car, this would be a concrete step the city could take to help mitigate climate change. I know some have questioned whether we should even consider this given the current COVID-19 pandemic. Well, that is obviously the current priority with respect to the city. That doesn't mean that all work on other issues must stop. And this merely directs the Planning Commission to draft an ordinance. Also, some may question whether we should promote density in transit given the need for social distancing right now and the difficulties faced by some dense communities with COVID-19, such as New York. However, this will eventually pass, and beyond that, we can see that some dense places like Singapore, South Korea, and Hong Kong have done a better job of containing the spread than even like less dense places. And allowing some moderate increased density on a few transit corridors is a far cry from turning us to New York or any of those places in any case. I hope you move forward with this. The pandemic may require immediate action, but that doesn't diminish the need for other actions like on climate change, not to mention the needs of those who can't, shouldn't, and don't want to drive, which really need to be considered in this time of pandemic, because I feel like sometimes they are in fact overlooked with the emphasis on social distancing. We have drive up, drive in, everything, and we need to actually pay attention to that. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kai Patanen.
Taking care of themselves.
Hi, can you hear us?
City Council. Yeah, I can. Hope you can hear me. City Council, I hope folks are okay and taking care of themselves. My thanks to each of you for serving the public in such a difficult time. I wanted to offer my support to acknowledging Ethel Potts. I'm sure that Epi and I had differing political views, but I respected her a lot. If I could live to 95 and have that much energy, drive, vigor, knowledge, and passion in local issues, it would be quite remarkable and frankly lucky. I honestly thought she was 20 years younger. I hope that Epi can be acknowledged in some significant way, whether it's some sort of place that is named after her or some sort of award, the Ethel Potts Citizen Award or something. I hope it can be done. I didn't know Epi personally that well, and so I don't know what to suggest, but I hope her family, friends would have had a good idea of something that would be meaningful and appropriate. I'm sad that she's gone, and she was one of the 3-minute folks that I admired a lot. I know she did a lot more than those 3-minute talks, but that is the proportion that I know her from. It's nice to see some acknowledgement of her today in that council, but I hope something else can be done in the future as well. I hope others in the future could be acknowledged as well, perhaps one person every year, every other year under the Ethel Potts Citizen Award. I do know that along with Epi, Roger Rail would have been at the top of my list as someone who has led a lifetime of activism in the city. I mean well in my request. If any of this is something that Epi would have thought to be inappropriate, then I would certainly respect that. I mean only the best. I'm sure Epi was a friend to many of you, and my deepest condolences to her family, to her friends, and to many of you as well on City Council. My best wishes and have a good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ellen Haber.
I'm unmuted. Hello, Council. I'm glad to see this array. It's even better than in the conference room. We adapt to a strange situation. So I was signed up to, and I support what Kai said about Epi. She was a great lady, a friend. We will all miss her. I certainly will. I have signed up at the last meeting, and a clerical error left me off the list. And I was wanted to give support and honor to the presentation of the task force that was being given to you, and call your attention to the appendices there and all the information on the comments. It was a great learning experience for all of us on the task force for 7 months and many, many meetings. And I wanted to include you then also in the development of the planning for the Earth Day celebration from April 19th to 26th. That still at that time we thought might be, physical, but now it is clearly virtual. And so we are intending in the virtual live streaming world to bring perspectives on the Earth Day, the urgencies of this plague, but there are the other plagues of the global warming and the calamities that is bringing, and the 1,000 seconds to doomsday of nuclear war. So all these questions are on the table, and we're trying to put together a global teach-in and a virtual event, and I hope that council people and the public will become involved. The absence of physical connection gives a greater opportunity and a sense for social solidarity. And so this is really an invitation to the council and to the community. How do we adapt in this time to really see the possibilities of a community, becoming more of a commons and working together to deal with the big problems and keeping ourselves safe with the little ones, and using the empty library lot commons as a place to project the ideas that we could make real in the future. So the Festival of Ideas that we imagined is really bringing the ideas in the virtual world and seeing what are the ways forward for the community with this opportunity of the commons and mutual aid and a cooperative economy is really something we can begin to develop.
30 seconds.
So I got 30 seconds, and I just congratulate you all for keeping calm in the midst of this, and I hope that you will give recognition to the group of people who are working. The task force didn't really put together, well, what do you do next? And well, what you do next is recognize the people who are making something happen there, and I sent you a draft resolution to that effect. So all good wishes, and virtual Earth Day should bring us all together with a global teach-in and a higher consciousness. Bye.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mojan Sababiasfani.
Mayor, I have one phone number left, and it is not the listed number for the next two callers. Do you want me to check on the number?
Yes, please.
Okay. Hi, were you calling in for public comment?
Yes, my name is Mujgan Sababi Isfahani. Yes. Hello?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Should I start?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. If this COVID-19 crisis has taught us anything, it is this: human solidarity saves millions of lives. See my campaign video at voteforthedoctor.com. That's voteforthedoctor.com. Ann Arbor City Council's record shows that it doesn't even know what solidarity means. Solidarity means working to protect the most vulnerable. Ann Arbor City Council has refused to protect the most vulnerable globally and locally. Globally, you have refused to protect the Palestinian people, even now, as Israel is demolishing a Palestinian COVID-19 clinic. Do you still want to give $38 billion to Israel, money which is desperately needed right here, or will you finally say no to military aid to Israel? Right here in Ann Arbor, you have abandoned the most vulnerable. 48% of those hospitalized due to COVID-19 are African Americans. How could you let that happen? I was the only one to insist on field hospitals to contain the pandemic. Where were you, Jack Eaton? Fortunately, Jeff Hainer made inquiries and the field hospitals are coming to Ann Arbor. Despite your meaningless squabbling about the housing crisis, you have totally abandoned Ann Arborites when it comes to affordable public housing. You have eliminated a tiny bit of public housing which Ann Arbor once had. Instead, you have started a housing voucher game that leaves thousands without decent housing. You abandoned Ann Arborites when it comes to $15 minimum wage. No one on this council has ever fought for $15 minimum wage. Why? Instead, you settle for a puny living wage law that covers only a tiny fraction of the workforce. A living wage law is no replacement for the $15 minimum wage, which I am demanding for every worker in Ann Arbor. That includes every worker who has been forced to unemployment. Tonight's DC 3 proposal is another example of abandoning most Ann Arborites. 55% of Ann Arbor residents are renters. Your DC3 would only protect 112 tenants from eviction. That will leave the majority of Ann Arbor with zero protection from eviction. So,
30
Mr.
seconds.
Eaton, if after 7 years on this council, you still won't fight for the $15 minimum wage, if you still won't fight for good public housing, then get off that seat. I will show you how it's done. If you have no compassion for Palestinian people and are happy to foot the bill for their enslavement, then just get off that seat. You just don't have the humanity to sit there. Or at least get yourself on the ballot so I can beat you fair and square at election time. Thank you.
Time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Blaine Coleman.
Okay, I'm ready to get started as soon as you're ready. This is Blaine Coleman.
Please
Go
begin.
ahead.
Okay. I think that Dr. Savabi Esfahani's comments are absolutely right on. I mean, why on earth were all the city council members not standing on the table demanding field hospitals be set up in Ann Arbor now? You know the regular hospitals are going to be overwhelmed. Why did it take Dr. Savabi Esfahani to walk into your meeting March 16th and demand field hospitals? Why was it left to her? Why were none of you doing that? And fortunately, as she mentioned, Council Member Hayner did step up after that, and he did make a lot of inquiries. And I would not be surprised if the reason we are getting field hospitals now is because of their efforts, Dr. Savabi Esfahani and Councilmember Hayner. But the inaction from the rest of you is really striking. I mean, what is a city council for if not to try and save our lives here in Ann Arbor? You know, the cleanup of the Gelman dioxin plume right this minute. Why is nobody on the council pushing for that? Nobody. Why? Affordable housing. Why is everybody on the city council talking about affordable housing, but absolutely nobody is doing anything to make it happen? That means public housing, good public housing that everyone has access to. Why is no one on the city council making that happen? Why is nobody on the city council pushing loudly for the $15 an hour minimum wage? Why is nobody on the city council advocating for this simple humanitarian resolution to end military aid to Israel? As Israel guns down peaceful protesters, as Israel actually demolishes a COVID-19 clinic that the Palestinian people were setting up. Why is it that the city council is locally and globally completely deaf, dumb, and blind to human rights, to environmental rights? Why? Even to public health rights of people who live here. So I hope that Dr. Savabi Esfahani will get elected to Ward 4. I hope you'll look at her website.
30
vote
seconds.
For, yeah, as I was saying, I hope you'll look at her website, voteforthedoctor.com. Again, voteforthedoctor.com. You can also see her campaign video right at that site, voteforthedoctor.com. Thanks for hearing me out, and if council members have any comments for me, I'm all ears.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there communications today from council? Councilmember Nelson.
I promised my husband I would make a shout out to an organization he's gotten involved in with the last couple of weeks called I don't know if this is coming out backwards on your video. It
Looks good.
Oh, good. Okay. This is a website where you can find out about using 3D printers to create protective equipment for healthcare workers. We have now 2 3D printers running in my house all day long, printing these things. It's really exciting that this project was started by Kevin Leeser in the 5th Ward. And there are so many people who are coming together. Some of the equipment that they're making is being flown across the country to Pennsylvania and Indiana and all kinds of places. And so again, If you have a 3D printer at your house, if you're interested in getting involved, this is the website to visit, protect-mi.org. Thanks.
Councilmember Griswold.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone who has been involved in supporting our community during these difficult times. The city staff. I want to shout out to Jen Grimes. She helped me with a couple of technical questions I had before caucus yesterday. And what I want to say is there's so much that's being done with people at the city level, working with the county, working with the state, working with our federal representative. Congresswoman Debbie Dingell gives an email update every day. The governor gives an update every day. And so from the community's perspective, it may not look like we're doing that much, but I can tell you we are. And I want to invite anyone who has a question to call me or email me. My information is on the city website, and I can get you to the right person or get you the answer that you need. The other thing I want to say is that if there's any lesson learned from this pandemic for what's happened in the United States, it's that we must get it right the first time. And that means a disciplined process. And I hope that we can apply that lesson to city government. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to send well wishes to everybody out there in virtual land and in the city of Ann Arbor and all over the state, and thank everybody for doing what they can to put this down and stay home and practice physical distancing. It's really important, and it appears, and I'm hopeful that we're starting to see this rollover of the curve, and it looks like we're trying to do a good job, and I think we have succeeded. I'm sorry to some of my constituents out there that I don't have a COVID-19 omnibus relief package prepared. We've had some talk about that, and I've had some good conversations with folks at city staff and Mr. Crawford and so on about this. There's a lot of things the city can do, and there's a lot of things the city can't do. And the things the city can't do, we're asking the state to do for us, and we have been in contact with the state, with the university, with all the way up and down the governmental chain. And I'm convinced that we're doing a lot of those things, and we're doing the right things. The city can't freeze people's rent, and the city can't stop collecting property taxes. And the verdict's out is the city can discount water rates. But I know what we can do, and we can boost the amount of money that's dedicated to the water relief fund, because we want to encourage people to do the right hygiene practices at home, to wash their hands, to do the extra laundry, to do the cleaning that they need to do. And we imagine that the water consumption is going to go up for residents who are still here, even while it plummets for some of our commercial customers, and especially the university. And so we're going to be taking a big hit in water revenues, but it doesn't mean that we don't care about the community, and we want you to use the water, and we'll get back to boosting this amount of water relief fund and hopefully streamline the way to apply for it. We can waive license fees, we can extend application deadlines for licenses, and we've done some of that. I also want to be asking PAC and Parks to consider setting aside space for community gardens this year, something we haven't really done before in our parks, but I think it's more important than ever, and it also meshes nicely with our climate action plan to look at food self-reliance and resilience. We can assist in funding needs in the community, like the homeless shelter, and we're doing some of that. I know we've waived the parking fees, or we've bagged a bunch of parking by the hospital for the university hospital staff and doctors, and I'm really appreciative of that effort. And I think we should just forget trying to collect on that. I think we should just waive that and do as much as we can to help out around that, because I know a lot of the PAs over there are working overtime and not getting paid. And I really appreciate what the healthcare folks are doing. I'd like to see us facilitate more remote meetings and get back to our boards and commissions meeting. I think there's no reason to halt this activity once IT gets our Zoom working properly, and it seems like it's working pretty well for us tonight. And I also would like to ask the staff to consider using our voter records to determine if there's wellness needs in our community. We know that with our voting records, we have ages of folks and contact information. And I think it would be nice of us to either share that with some of the community organizations that are doing aid and outreach, or do that directly ourselves. I think that's one of the things that the city can do, is provide data on residents that is helpful to them and to other organizations. And I think we can also place moratoriums on non-essential work in the right of way. And I think some of that's been happening. So I just want to thank everybody for hanging in there and wish everyone well. Thank you.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you. I would like to take a moment and recognize Ethel Potts. She has passed away recently, and unfortunately, because of COVID-19, we are restricted as to how we can pay our respects to those people who currently passed away, and it's just another tragedy that is going on. So if I could, I would like to ask for a moment of silence for Ethel Potts, and then I will continue with the verbal communication. Thank you. Thank you. As many of you know, Epi was a pillar in our community, and 3 minutes or how much time we have wouldn't come close to touching everything and everybody that she has touched. So I appreciate giving me that moment and giving us as a community a moment to reflect on her and her accomplishments. I also would like to thank Tom Crawford in this very difficult time, jumping from where he was prior a couple months ago into his role as interim city administrator, and then now being dealt one of the biggest crises our nation's ever faced. So not an easy task. As a small business owner, I know it's been a challenge to adjust every day to all sorts of needs that you don't anticipate. And him doing it in a way with agility and being responsible and putting the safety and the welfare of Ann Arbor employees first and foremost. And as we hear a lot of times, serving in the public sector is not rewarding. It's not. You're better off being in the private sector. You're better off being a private contractor, let's say, or something. I think Tom Crawford's just shown the value of working for a community like Ann Arbor and the benefits that you get, and an employer that looks out for you the way the city of Ann Arbor has looked out for their employees these last few weeks. So I challenge those people to say that serving the public sector is not worth it, just by that example. I also like to thank a couple of people in my ward, Kevin Lesser, as Lisa, as Elizabeth Nelson, council member, pointed out, has been actively making shields for the healthcare workers nonstop for the last couple weeks. Susan Schmidt made these signs for the 5th Ward and the community to show her appreciation. So just a few things I'd like to point out and make sure that these things are noticed and acknowledged and appreciated. we have heard from a lot of people about relief, and Councilmember Hayner has talked about it a little bit already. I think it's important for us in these times of crisis to stay in our lane, be there when help is asked for and we're able to offer it. I think a lot of what's being asked can only be done by greater government agencies, and it's good to see some of that happening. But there's still a dust storm out there. We don't even know what really the problems that exist. And I urge just patience from the community and business owners and such to be a little bit more patient so we can understand what the real ramifications of all this is before we start applying any sort of fix to it. Because I don't want to see us putting good money on top of a dumpster fire. I'd rather wait for to know what we're putting our resources to, because our resources are very scarce. So we do know that these problems exist, and as Hayner has mentioned, the water system is maybe an area we could perhaps help in, and I've already proposed an idea to our city administrator, and I talked to Councilmember Hayner earlier about it, and I'll float the idea more later when there's more time for it. One thing I would like to say is that I think it's important for us to get better communications with the DDA. I think that's one area right now that we've struggled with, especially early on with the stay in place order and the actions taken by the DDA unilaterally. They're taking actions unilaterally on our parking system, which they have authority to do to a certain extent. But we have to remind everybody that this is a bilateral agreement. Decisions are being made that affect the city council's revenues, affect our ability to pursue policy. So I would urge that we have a better line of communication with the leadership at the DDA, so we have a cohesive understanding of our parking policy and the financial consequences that are a result of those changes in policy that are being done without bilateral understanding. So I do agree with our council member Hayner as well, that we need to get our back to work with our boards and commissions. I feel that that's where a lot of work gets done for the community, and we haven't been able to meet. I know I serve on 9 different boards and commissions. I've only been able to meet with 1, I think maybe 2 since the outbreak. So it's important, I think, to get those things back running as fast as possible. I appreciate the time that you've given me to talk. Thank you.
Councilor Malone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to everyone for your thanks to the entire community for everything that it's been all hands on deck. Everyone's been doing, and I too would like to just chime in and extend my thanks and acknowledgement to Tom Crawford and his entire team for doing an outstanding job in showing the kind of leadership that's needed, obviously, particularly at a time like this. He's not failed, and in fact, he's been very calm and professional throughout, and helpful when any question request has been posed to him, not only by ourselves but by many members of the community. So I would like to just again add my thanks to you, Tom, and everyone on the city team who has stepped up, and to our first responders. They are obviously truly on the front lines, and I know we all greatly appreciate that they are there and serving and sacrificing themselves over their service to others. So we all greatly appreciate everything that they're doing. There are so many organizations that are doing things a bit more quietly, perhaps. I will just note that Destination Ann Arbor, the Ann Arbor Visitor and Convention Bureau, immediately jumped into action when requests were made to address. Council fielded many of these requests to address concerns about
crowding at the Delana Center and the unsheltered and addressing their needs. And the Ann Arbor Visitor and Convention Bureau, Destination Ann Arbor, quickly and immediately reached out to the hotel network and worked with the county to make arrangements both to address those concerns and also to house. Our hotels now are housing many healthcare workers. They can't go home, and they are, so that industry, which is suffering as well, is helping in these many ways. The U of M Medical Center obviously has done a lot to address this issue about the need for adding beds and off-site field hospitals and capacity. And they have, in speaking with some folks at the U of M Medical Center and Mr. Crawford again, they have been planning for this for years, frankly, and they have been well prepared, and they've been working with the federal government. And I simply say this to reassure those in the community who might fear that they were not prepared for this. They were and are. In terms of water rates, the proposal that we adopted, I think people are now feeling the pain of the proposal that we adopted not all that long ago. And it was a revenue neutral proposal, but what it did was it shifted the cost sharing to our residents. And it was based on tiers that we established, and basically people pay a lot more if they consume more water. Again, it's revenue neutral, and that was important and is important. But what we could do is revisit those tiers, because people now again are getting, they're seeing how costly this is for them now that they're confined at home and consuming more water. So I would encourage everyone out there to reach out to their council members to encourage us to do what we can to address that. So thank you all, and thank you to Ms. Boudry, Ms. Grimes, Ms. Higgins, everyone who made tonight's meeting possible, and for preparing us and walking us through this, so we can do this evening. Thank you.
I have Councilmember Bannister, then Grand in the queue, but before that, Ms. Boudry.
Yes, I just wanted to let everyone know we're having a technical issue with the video, and several of you paused your video and were unable to unpause it. So we're asking if it's not absolutely necessary, don't turn the video on and off. Seems to be no problem muting your microphone, but we were having trouble getting people back with turning the video off.
Thank you. Councilmember Grant. I'm sorry, my mistake. Councilmember Bannister.
Okay, thanks. I just had two things. I wanted to thank all of the Ward 1 residents who've been emailing and calling Councilmember Hayner and me, and on your various questions and issues. And I just want to put a reminder out that we get a flood of emails, and if at any point you do not receive a response from the team, please don't hesitate to nudge us, because it is our intention to respond to each of your questions and get those resolved. And the other thing, the second thing, I just want to thank Councilmember Kathy Griswold and Ward 3 resident Tony Brown for doing the technology last night for City Council caucus. We pulled it off. It was a great meeting, and I want to invite citywide all the citizens to join us at our next caucus, which will be Sunday night, April 19th at 7 o'clock on Zoom, if all goes well. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Sorry about that. Thank you. I want just a few acknowledgements. One, I want to maybe speak for some of the parents there to acknowledge all of our teachers in the Ann Arbor Public Schools who are working so hard to try to help our children continue to learn and have a sense of community. Also to Ann Arbor Public Schools for all of the food and technology distributions that they've done to make sure that equity is at the center of their efforts. I really appreciate all that the district is doing and that our teachers are doing. Obviously, thank you to all of our city workers who are helping provide essential services, to our partners at the county who've been instrumental in responding to concerns about our most vulnerable residents. I also just want to acknowledge that there have been just some incredible and significant charitable efforts that have come out in support of local businesses, in support of people who've become unemployed, so that we aren't having as many residents fall through the cracks as maybe others in other communities are seeing. We have one notable one in the 3rd Ward led by Joe Malcoon and Caitlin Klein, but there are many others happening, and I just want to acknowledge just that there's been incredible generosity, which we all know from living here, but it's been incredible and humbling to see that. So I think that's it. And as many of my colleagues have said, we are both trying to be responsive, but also stay out of the way of people who need to provide these essential services. Know when it's the county, know when it's the state that really need to step in. And we're very fortunate to have incredible partners at both of those levels. And also one more 3rd Ward resident that I heard from, Sue Edbell, who's helping set up on the leadership team for the field hospital. It definitely didn't happen because one person asked for it. It's happening, and all of these efforts from healthcare workers as a result of training and passion and dedication and a lot of hard work and planning. So, and it really does look like these efforts at social and physical distancing have been paying off in our community. So as difficult as it is, thank you for all of those who've advocated for them. Don't be afraid to reach out to our first responders at the police department. They're not ticketing people, they're just providing education. So if you see something that is of concern to you, please don't hesitate to speak out. Thanks so much.
Further communication from council. Thank you. I do have a couple of communications. First, I'd like to touch a little bit upon where we are and where we're going. As we all know, Governor Whitmer issued a stay home, stay safe order, an executive order, which orders Michigan residents to stay in place as much as possible to prevent the spread of COVID-19, and that this is a legal order enforceable by law and necessary to protect public good. This means that all residents, that is to say children, seniors, and everybody in between, is supposed to stay at home unless they're engaged in an essential function. Businesses such as groceries, pharmacies, medical centers, financial institutions, and those that support them will be open under limited circumstances. If you're able to travel to and from these places, you may, but otherwise, please stay at home. Stay at home and stay safe means planning ahead. Do not shop every day. If you make your list, go once a week. Do not hoard. We can get through this crisis only by acting as neighbors and members of community. And I cannot emphasize this point enough. The governor's order encourages people to go outside, but if you do so, you must maintain social distancing at all times. No playgrounds, no play dates, no team sports. You're right, you go outside, but do so in a manner that is safe. Your attention to detail, it will help a nurse on her shift or a doctor on her rounds. Your attention to detail will save lives. So please be careful at all times. And while stay home, stay safe means stay home and stay safe, it does not mean be isolated. It is in fact the opposite. We here at City Council and the city government, really everywhere up and down the line, we want you to check in on your people. Call your friends, call your family, do it often. Talk to your neighbors from a safe distance, let them know how they're doing. Text your coworkers, spend some time on the phone with your friends, your parents, your siblings, make sure everybody's okay. Also, and I'd like to echo some of my colleagues' comments here, I'd like to stop for a moment and recognize what people have been doing. There are folks who never expected to be on the front lines. Grocery store clerks, pharmacists, healthcare workers, janitors, all these folks at this point are fulfilling delivery workers, fulfilling some of the most critical work in our society, and we owe them deep gratitude and thanks and respect for what they're doing. They are the heroes of this crisis. City Hall is closed, but Ann Arbor is very much open. Our city employees have the courage, creativity, and commitment to serve our community in the worst of times. And that too is up and down the line, and Mr. Crawford has touched upon it, as have other members of council. Our first responders are there every single day doing the work that occasionally is hands-on in order to keep the public safe. But they are not alone in the courageous, dedicated work being performed by city staff. The manner, speed, and efficacy with which the staff has decentralized city operations to keep staff and the public safe while at the same time maintaining city services has been nothing short of amazing. I am constantly impressed and proud at the work that you have done. So thank you. The pandemic, it came to us unexpectedly, but that is not how it will leave us. We know how to slow the virus. We know that the only way to overcome this is to commit to each other and to keep our distance. We're not victims and we're not powerless. We are agents in our own recovery. And the only way to do it is together. So I urge members of the public to do so. I'd like to request the following confirmation. An appointment that was presented to you for consideration at the March 16 regular session meeting. That is Timothy Durham to the Housing Board of Appeals. May I have a motion, please? Moved by Councilmember Nelson, seconded by Councilmember Ron-Lowy. Discussion of this appointment. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The appointment is approved. We have before us the consent agenda. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Ron-Lowy. Discussion of the consent agenda. Councilmember Lum.
Thank you. I would, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pull out CA 22 for discussion later and make a brief comment now on CA 8. CA 8 is set, is to set the May 4th, as the date for the public hearing and council vote on the Nixon-Traver Sidewalk Gap Assessment Project. A sufficient number of impacted property owners have objected, so approval of this assessment project will require 8 votes of council. I mention this for a couple of reasons. First, to alert the Second Ward neighbors that the public hearing on this assessment project may be May 4th. Second, to let neighbors know that information about the project and responses to the concerns raised in the formal objection letter has been posted on the project webpage on the city's website. Finally, I bring this up to raise a general concern about conducting public hearings, particularly on assessment projects directly costing folks money remotely and electronically. I don't know what the right answer is here, and I understand the intent was to complete the projects this construction season, but it just doesn't feel quite right to me to make decisions that cost individuals real money when the normal processes for public hearings are compromised as they are now. Thank you.
Councilmember Eaton, and I believe Nelson in the queue. Councilmember Eaton.
I'd like to pull CA 18, please.
Councilmember Nelson, was I correct?
Yes, actually, Jane pulled the same thing I was going to pull, so I'm done.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Bannister. You're on mute, Councilmember.
Thank you. CA 8 and CA 9, please.
Councilmember Ron-Lowy.
CA 26. I think that's the right one.
Further discussion on the consent agenda. Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought I was pressing the raise my hand, but it wasn't. I would like to pull CA 25 and speak ever so briefly to 26. And if Councilman Romali is gonna pull that, I will wait for that opportunity.
Very good. Further discussion of the consent agenda. All in favor of the consent agenda with the exception of CA 8, 9, 18, 22, 25, and 26. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? The consent agenda with the exception of CA 8, 9, 18, 22, 25, 26 is approved with 11 council members present, all voting unanimously, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement with respect to CA 3, CA 4, CA 6, CA 12, CA 13, CA 14, CA 15, CA 19, CA 24. That is all.
Mayor,
Yes.
just a note that CA 5 is on your agenda as stricken.
Thank you. My apologies. I acknowledge and recognize and affirm that CA 5 has been stricken, was not approved in the prior vote.
Thank you.
Thank you. CA 22, resolution to reallocate $100,500 from resident-driven sidewalk gap filling program to the Barton Drive Improvement Project and the Jackson Avenue Sidewalk Gap Project. Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion, please, of CA 22. Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I pulled out CA 22 because this agenda is heavy with sidewalk gap related assessment project resolutions. And CA 22 is a resolution to reallocate funds from the quote, resident driven and quote, sidewalk gap program the council established in November in order to reduce the property assessments in 2 of the projects, Barton Drive and Jackson Avenue. The details of the resident driven sidewalk gap program haven't been finalized yet by staff, but going back to November, my understanding was that the program purpose was to provide a bit of funding to help facilitate sidewalk gap projects neighbors really wanted, but for other reasons might not otherwise get done. That was, in my view, a reasonable objective and worth trying. CA 22 isn't that though. It isn't helping bottom-up resident-proven projects get done. It's just taking $100,000 of the $150,000 council approved for the program and utilizing the money to reduce assessments on 2 projects by half because those projects did not benefit from receiving a federal grant. Staff's thinking here is that this is consistent with the broad intent of the original resolution to fill sidewalk gaps, and that these 2 were selected because they did not have federal grants. That's not unreasonable, but I do have a couple of reservations about doing that. First, the funding council created will carry over to next year if it's not used here, so it's not like it's lost. And frankly, that shouldn't be the reason we make spending decisions anyway. More importantly, though, I'm concerned that once you begin to pick winners and losers on which assessments get cut and which ones don't, you head down a slippery slope. Why these and why not others? It's a big deal when we start randomly and selectively changing decades of city policy and practice, and I fear we open Pandora's box when we do that. If we're going to revisit the question of how new sidewalks are paid for, I believe that needs to be debated and done formally, thoughtfully, and publicly, rather than through one-offs like this. Anyway, it's not a huge deal if CA 22 passes, and I'm interested in hearing if any of my colleagues share these concerns. Thank you for listening.
Councilmember Romlowy. Then Nelson. Oh.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, before I talk on CA 42, I think we are on.
22.
Whether we hear any communications from our city administrator, I was should have maybe mentioned something during communications about the response to resolution 19314 to de-risk our pension system, whether there could be give us an executive summary perhaps on that if it's not out of order at some point. I guess it is already out of order, but I was interested in getting an executive summary for the community on that if possible, but I understand if it's not. On CA 22, I share my colleagues' frustrations with how we pick and choose and fund sidewalk assessments. It's problematic. It often leads to projects not being approved because of the friction it causes. when you have something that's for the greater good, but being assessed by how much square footage you have in front of your house. That is always going to be a problem, and one that hopefully will be addressed in the coming months or years, because I don't think the historic ways of assessing are doing us any favors as we move forward. I think it's affordability is always an issue here in Ann Arbor. We talk about affordability, and this is a huge component of affordability. When you start assessing high assessments for folks that are on fixed incomes, they're effectively pushed out of the community at times inadvertently. These are unintended consequences, but these are consequences. These are real consequences. And as we see sometimes, these assessments are very large. And, you know, I appreciate the low interest loans that the city gives over favorable timeframes, but you still have to pay the money. And for people with fixed incomes, it's very difficult, as we are often here. And I just want to find a way where we can address our public needs without causing so much conflict and friction when it comes to financing the portion that's being paid by the residents. So in this case, you know, of course, we got Detective Blum on it, and she sniffs everything out. And here we have a program that was designed for something slightly different than what is being applied for here. I don't necessarily have a huge problem to go as far to say no on this, but it is bending the rules, bending some of the intent that we had on that original funding program. And perhaps Councilmember Nelson can fill us in a little bit more. Perhaps she's the one who brought that to us, and she knows the true intention and the motive behind it, and whether this is actually fulfilling it with this resolution. I appreciate the time.
Councilmember Nelson, then Smith in the queue. Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to comment that I really agree with a lot of what Councilmember Lum articulated about the problem with this. I did sit down with staff and have a lot of conversation about what I imagined of this pilot program, and this is kind of the opposite. The idea that residents would bring forward a project, that residents would be drawing our attention to a project that wasn't otherwise otherwise getting prioritization because it wasn't attached to something else. On the one hand, the program as conceived was always going to filter through staff. Staff was always going to be picking and choosing which ones were going to move forward. But this really, it bothers me a lot. The idea of, well, this looks like they're paying a lot of money and let's give them a break. It feels very arbitrary, and that was not at all what I intended. It really, the idea was that a program would have a process and procedure, and there would be standards, and it was sort of giving direction to staff to create those standards, and we don't have those standards yet. And so it's troubling to me that the money would be redirected in this way. And the other thing that I would add is when we talked about this program, the original amount of money set aside for it was relatively small. And staff told me, you know, this isn't really going to build a lot of sidewalks anyway. But, you know, we were trying it. And so to have this money roll over into next year, it means that perhaps we could build more sidewalks with the goal of building sidewalks where residents are really clamoring for them. So I can't support CA22. It doesn't make any sense to redirect those monies in that way. I'm not sure that it's appropriate to direct any funds arbitrarily in this way, to just say, well, these residents should not have to pay that much for those sidewalks. I mean, it feels very random to me. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith, you were up earlier. Are you still in the queue?
I am.
Councilmember Smith.
So this is a conversation I've had with various staff members to try and identify what would be the cost for the city to take care of all the sidewalk gaps in the city. And if you look at all of the gaps throughout the city, it's a range from 155 to 230 million dollars. But as you go through a process of eliminating areas, you know, along gravel roads that aren't likely to be paved, for instance, it gets down to an estimate of about 89 miles of sidewalk gaps, an estimated cost between 94 and 141 million. I think what we've seen in the last, 5 years or so is that these assessments are hit certain people really hard. And I understand that, and I'm empathetic to that. I think we need to consider building this into our road and sidewalk millage renewal to try and tackle this in an incremental basis going forward. Ultimately, you know, we're in an age right now where all of the inadequacies of the way we govern things in Michigan are laid pretty bare, and the fact that we as a municipality aren't really the ones just going and building this and then it's included in a tax bill, you know, that's different than a lot of places. So, you know, I think we need to start thinking about how do we change how we fund this stuff. And until we do that, we're going to have this discussion every single time we try to fill a sidewalk gap, because I guarantee you, if somebody's got 100 feet of frontage, they're never, ever, ever going to want to pay to put a sidewalk in there.
All right, Councilmember Griswold, Bannister, Ackerman, then perhaps we can call this one a day. Councilmember Griswold.
Okay, I want to agree with everything that Councilmember Smith said, except there are a few people that do want sidewalks in my neighborhood that don't have them, but they're definitely the exception. I think that this resolution was really staff's attempt to make it easier for some residents. And so I do want to acknowledge staff's effort in bringing this forward. And the last thing I want to say is we do have a funding problem, but without having Vision Zero engineering expertise, we seem to always be addressing these issues piecemeal rather than having someone who could work to identify priorities in this area based on pedestrian, cycling, and vehicle crash data. Thank you.
Councilmember Bannister.
Yes. Hi, I do appreciate all your guys' kind words about the burden placed on the homeowner when they're made to pay for the sidewalk. And I really do want to work with all of you on it because it is a crisis, particularly on a couple of homeowners on Barton Drive. One of the homeowners at 415 Barton, with the 50% reduction from this resolution, with that included, my understanding is that their personal bill is still $18,738. So I have to vote yes on diverting this money, and it's a really tough choice. And I know I'm not on the prevailing side, it sounds like, but I just have spoken. These are senior people, senior members. They're on the fixed income, and I just, who are we to take money from the pockets of these senior people to the tune of $18,738 or nigh on $40,000 plus, as we can talk about when we get to this Barton Drive proposal, staff, because of their yards, staff is saying we're going to have this enormous switchback, which you can see online. We've already done it over at Oxford. The cost that I am ballparking to remove snow and ice is going to be $1,000 a year on top of the, so I am very serious about, before the public hearing on May 4, that I I don't know what to do other than to ask for all of your help and staff's help to figure other ways to pay, and whether that's a millage or hopefully if we can find money in the budget somewhere, because we have 150,000 miles of sidewalk gaps, and I think every resident citywide who doesn't have a sidewalk really cares about our decision making on this. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Hey,
Councilmember, you're muted, Councilmember.
thank you. I'm having a little delay because of my poor internet here. This is not the intent of Councilwoman Nelson's resolution. And I'm having a hard time saying that because as my council colleague in Ward 1 says, this is a real hit for these people on Barton, and a bunch of them are seniors on fixed income. Councilman Smith, I agree, we need to come up with a better way to do this. And everybody who thinks that, and we need to do it soon, because we recognize that sidewalks are they're public good, and yet we pay for them privately. And that shouldn't be happening, especially when we're doing curb and gutter work right next to where the sidewalk's going to be as part of a giant resurfacing project. This should be built into these resurfacing projects. And Councilwoman Nelson and really the body's attempt at getting a bottom-up way to pay for these sidewalks, or discount sidewalks for folks who identify a needed gap in their neighborhood, and we can prioritize that, is fully appropriate, and I think it should be left for these smaller projects. So I'm going to vote against this because I don't want to gut that intention, but I'd like some folks on council to work with me to identify how we can write this in. How can we use our road millage? Do we need to put it back to the ballot to up a tiny percent the sidewalk millage that's been rolled in with the roads, right, the streets and sidewalks millage? We need to have a better way to share the burden. Right now, the social burden of owning a sidewalk is accepted by folks. They understand that they have to do their part for society and keep them clean, but not paying for it. That's not socializing the cost. That's individualizing the cost, and I don't think it's appropriate anymore to do that.
Further discussion? Councilor Amlawi.
Thank you. It takes a minute to unmute, but I'm just going to urge my colleagues to support this tonight. I think is important, even though it's far from perfect and it misses the intent of the program. But I feel that it's important to provide some help and relief and benefit to our community. So I just wanted to chime in here and urge my colleagues to vote yes on this if possible. Thank you.
Councilor Ackerman, I think I missed you on the queue. My apologies.
No, you're okay. Actually, Councilmember Bannister said much of what I wanted to say, but Councilmember Umlawi sparked a thought. Ultimately, I'll be voting for this. I was very supportive of Councilmember Nelson's original resolution. I think it's a fantastic idea. I do appreciate that staff saw a need to put in a sidewalk and saw economic burden put on residents and wanted to try to solve two problems. I hope that as we move forward, the process of implementing council's policy will smoothen and become more established. But right now there's an opportunity to put sidewalk in front of older residents' homes, older residents who are on a fixed income, and I want to take that opportunity. So thanks.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Umlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Long?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Motion fails. CA 18, resolution to approve administrative consent order for sanitary sewer overflows with the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy in the amount of $45,000. Moved by Councilmember Eaton, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion of CA 18. Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. I pulled this item from the agenda because I want to draw attention to it. so often we're told that the city of Ann Arbor needs to be more than just a city that does the basics. This order confirms that we're not doing the basics. We're failing on a basic responsibility, maintaining our sewers. I support this, but I think it's essential to stress that repeatedly over the last 2 years, we have dumped thousands of gallons of raw sewage into the river. We need to pay attention to our fundamental responsibility to maintain our infrastructure. This order lists the many times that we've had sewer overflows. It also lists the many laws and regulations of the state of Michigan that we've violated. As environmental stewards, I believe we need to do better than we've done in the past. I think that this consent order actually moves us in that direction. And the fine is rather small, and we should be happy for that. But we have a responsibility here to take care of our city and the impact it has on the river and our environment in general. So I hope you'll support this.
Further discussion? Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I have one question. Given that it's a $45,000 fine, does it require 8 votes, or are we going to approve the fine at a later date?
Mr. Crawford?
I'm going to ask Mr. Hupy to respond where he was planning. I believe it's contained within the existing budget, actually. Mr. Hupy, I think you're muted still, unless you've got something to add. Councilmember Griswold, I believe this relatively small amount is affordable within the existing funds.
There, I'm off mute finally. It is within the existing funds, and the work that the ACO requires us to do, we have already programmed into the budgets. We had started much of that in recognition of the upgrades we need to make to this sewer system and its maintenance. So the financial impact outside of the proposed budget is minimal.
Councilor Griswold, you still have the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bannister.
Yes, I had a question. I think it's for Mr. Hupy. Over the months and as MLive wrote articles about the sewer overflows and we had different cases brought before the insurance board and all that, there's been a call for an publicly accessible dashboard online on the website somewhere that would say the date, the location, the volume discharged, and the reason for the discharge. And we haven't gotten there yet, but I would note that in this resolution, in the attached letter from Gretchen Whitmer and Eagle, they have itemized for us in this fine some of the sewer overflows. And so my question for staff is, would this help us jumpstart some of the dashboards so that we can keep better transparency and accountability? Because then we all win when residents can help us with our decision making.
The dashboards are already envisioned and we're working on them, so they will be coming in the very near future.
And including the type of data that's included in the Eagle letter?
Yes.
And do you have an estimated, is it this year or?
I am going to look at Jennifer Lawson to comment on the timing.
We've already been looking at several other municipalities to see what other municipalities report out for that specific data. We already have a draft that we are going to be presenting to our communications group, hopefully within the next week. I would anticipate in about a month, maybe we would have that first level of a dashboard available and continually keeping it updated.
I think that'd be a great idea. Thank you.
I think Councilmember Hayner, you had raised your hand. Am I correct?
Yeah, briefly, this is a step backwards. On CA 22, I see on our the agenda, it says that it had 8-vote requirement because I assume that's because it was a reallocation, but weren't those funds already encumbered for sidewalk gap? Why would it require 8 votes to reallocate? It's just, the purpose of those funds. Because when I was just startled when Jackie said it failed, then I went and looked at my agenda again, which is, I got up on a screen here. I really miss our printed agendas, honestly. But it says 8 votes, and I just didn't understand that. I'm sorry I didn't ask this question prior to this, but why is that? Why aren't those funds? Why weren't those funds when they were set aside already encumbered for sidewalk gap? You know.
Mr. Postman and Mr. Crawford, you want to take care of this question so we can move back on to this matter?
Sure. This resolution, I can double check it, but I believe this is actually taking the project expenditures up. So while you've appropriated the expenditure from the general fund, this is you would need to take the project expenditures up, and that's why it's 8 vote. I believe that's the reason.
Okay, I'll follow up with you after. I wanted to get that out there because I was just startled to hear her say that it failed. I mean, I didn't support it, but I was still startled to hear it say that it failed. So, thank you.
Further discussion? I'll be voting in favor of this matter, but I would like to state that the suggestion, actually, it's not even a suggestion, it's a statement that we've not been paying attention to the basics, that we've not been paying attention to the basics is an unfounded insult to the great work that staff does up and down the line. The reasons for the discharges that we've identified in 2018 that are referenced here include sanitary sewer blocked with flushable wipes to 150,000 gallons, obviously not a staff issue. Contractor leaving 300 feet of rope in the sanitary sewer causing a blockage, again, not a staff issue, in the amount of 300,000 gallons. Tree roots, and an overflow. Those last 3 matters in the amount of approximately 7,500 gallons. So the plain and vast majority of the discharges here are the result of contractor error and resident error. Staff focuses on these matters consistently with diligence and foresight, and I'm grateful for their work. Councilmember Lum.
Thank you. There's a bit of a gray area here. It's not black and white. And I've seen the evidence of this in Councilmember Nelson, who serves with me on the Board of Insurance. We see these sanitary sewer backups, stormwater related, sewer related, flooded basements, all of the above at our Board of Insurance. And what we usually do when we're trying to track the cause, we also ask questions to determine if it's in a maintenance district. And so many, there are backups caused by, as you said, tree roots, flushable wipes, broken infrastructure, all sorts of things. And the reality is that we, not all sections, not the entire city is not in a maintenance district where we go out and periodically, TV and, examine the infrastructure. So it's just something we've not been able to do. And I do think that Public Works does a great job, but they are limited. And so we get these surprises, which are unfortunate, obviously, when they also affect the property owners. But we are simply unable to, at this point in time, proactively TV and monitor the maintenance throughout the city. Thank you.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, someone has to be held accountable, and the buck stops with council. It wasn't an act of God, and whether it was a contractor or tree root, we have to be more proactive in the future. And I don't mean this in a negative way. I'm just saying, lesson learned, we need to put more of our focus on basic services and basic infrastructure. Thanks.
Further discussion? Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all the staff who have been working diligently on this, and to you, Councilmember Lund and Councilmember Nelson, for your service on the insurance board. I'm sure at some times you would rather pull your hair out, but no, I mean, I think I has been on the ball for a long time. There are kind of three main components of your sewage system. There's where it gets flushed, there are the pipes that carry it, and it's where it goes. Where it goes is one of our most expensive pieces of infrastructure. And in the last decade, we've invested about $140 million in replacing our wastewater treatment facility. We've also been diligently and with great care increasing the rates that we charge our sewage customers so that we can pool the money necessary for capital investment in the broader system, which is the pipes that run beneath the streets. So I appreciate all of that investment. I appreciate the completion of one of the largest capital projects ever in the history of the city of Ann Arbor. Our beautiful, if not a little bit smelly, wastewater treatment plant, and appreciate all the good work that went into making that happen.
Councilor Hayner.
Since we're subject to fines and so on from Eagle, do we go after the guy who left 300 feet of rope in our sewer?
Mr. Crawford?
I mean, if this is the case where this is contractor negligence, clearly, that we shouldn't be on the hook for that.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I stepped away for a second.
Mr. Hupie, are you able?
Yes.
Yeah, I figured because you were answering questions, Mr. Hupie, I just asked since you were here.
We always refer back to the attorney's office to find out if we have recourse for economic recovery.
I'd be most interested in trying that in a case where it's clearly identifiable contractor negligence. I know if they're like when the bricks fall out of the surrounds and so on, that's something that, you know, we didn't get to that one. We didn't get to tuck pointing those or whatever, and that's kind of on us. But when there's an object left in there by a contractor, that's something we should make every effort to recover some kind of cost commensurate with the fine that we're paying.
Councilmember, I'll look into it and
Thank you.
let you all know.
Thank you.
Councilor Lum. You're on mute.
Sorry, I was just going to say that Mr. Wilhelm in the city attorney's office does exactly this for all the claims that come to the city, and as does Public Works. Every overflow backup that we're aware of is examined thoroughly, and the cause is determined, and every effort is made to find the responsible party. Again, we see this on a routine basis at the Board of Insurance. Thank you.
Councilor Bannister, we're at 14 minutes on this matter. Councilor Bannister.
Just briefly, I just wanted to thank Councilmember Eaton for pulling this item, because the name of it, you know, the resolution wouldn't necessarily catch anyone's eye. So I want to congratulate Councilmember Eaton for his expertise in opening up this valuable discussion.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Remlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. CA8, resolution number 3, establishing a public hearing for the proposed Fuller Court and Nixon Travers Sidewalk Gap project, moved by Councilmember Bannister, seconded by Councilmember Lum. Discussion, please, of CA8. Councilmember Bannister.
Okay, well, I think I already gave you guys a little bit of this, the sneak preview on this. Staff and I and the residents and Councilmember Hayner and a few other council members have been working on this a lot. And because it is tricky, you may remember, just for clarification for people, staff lumped Fuller Court and Nixon Traver together for grant funding purposes. So come May 4 for the public hearing, they will be separated out again. But I wanted to highlight for people that there's a project webpage for this, and there on that project webpage, we have the protest petition from the residents, 100% unanimous for the Nixon Traver sidewalk. And then we also have staff kindly prepared individual responses to each of the items listed on the protest petition. So that's a great working together on that. But I would like to highlight that I agree with the residents that as we think of the 150 miles of sidewalk gaps and all of the residents who want sidewalk and who through See-Click-Fix and emails have asked City Hall if they could please have a sidewalk, that spending money on one where the people are unanimously against it doesn't sound right. These neighbors have pointed out in their protest petition that there are new bike paths and fancy sidewalks on the opposite side of the road. So we do have accessibility in the area going all the way from Green to Plymouth, up and down Plymouth. And then they also, the cost is an average of $8,000 per household, and that doesn't include the ongoing cost of the snow and ice removal. And they point out that the virus, the COVID-19 that we're dealing with, is altering the financial status in ways that we don't know of our own individual households, of local government, of state government, federal government, the world. And so to be moving forward with a questionable sidewalk program is just not something that I'm comfortable with. And it's been pointed out that this should have been included in the original development plans when the Toll Brothers and such were putting in all the additional housing in the area, that maybe that in hindsight was the better time to say that we should find ways to pay for these sidewalks. So I'm just, again, I don't feel that city council should be taking money out of the pockets of our citizens, and that when the citizens can't go to work, can't leave the house, are scared about the virus, we really need to work between now and May 4 when we vote on these special assessments. We really need to work on clarity on our sidewalk gaps, because we're falling short, and we're hearing from residents, and residents all across the city who don't have a sidewalk are looking at this issue. Thank you.
Councilor Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just note, and I see Mr. Wall is visible, and as Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Hupy, thank you. They could all chime in on this project. I would just make a few points that this gap is the only remaining sidewalk gap on Nixon, and it also was ranked in the gap prioritization system as high to mid-high, and which led to the incorporation of these projects in the capital improvement plan. The federal aid that is being used to significantly offset the property owner's cost is project specific. So if we don't use it here, we lose it basically. So, and the offset is significant. I would like to thank Mr. Wall and Hutchison for the public meetings that they've held on this matter and for their many, they've been very responsive to the residents' concerns that have been raised. And I don't know if they want to speak additionally. This project is slated for construction in August. And it's been noted that a delay would likely result in, again, it's a high priority sidewalk gap, would result in greater costs down the road because the offset here is so significant. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I'll enthusiastically support this, just like I have with many other sidewalk projects. This one in particular, as Councilmember Lum alluded to, but it fills a gap that's near an elementary school where we hear, I know it's not in my ward, but I know it well enough to know that we've heard a lot of complaints about so many parents driving and causing traffic to this particular elementary school. And if we can perhaps fill some sidewalk gaps, maybe we can get more kids walking and biking to school and not as many of them in their cars when we go back in September. So I would support this just because it's council policy, and when we have a chance to get matching funds to build sidewalks, we should do so. But this one strikes me as a high priority for a reason.
I've got Councilmember Ramlawi, then Bannister, and we're at 7 minutes. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Yeah, I won't take too long. I just, since we're talking about sidewalk gaps, we saw the first conversation we had earlier today about it go down in flames. That's unfortunate. It really is, because many of us purport to want to address this need, but yet fail to act when the opportunity comes to do so, because it's not a perfect solution. It's not a perfect resolution. It's growing increasingly frustrating for me to see these things continue to get denied in the quest of perfection. CA 22 failed tonight. It failed to give those folks that live in that stretch relief from the high assessments. I mean, again, it's bananas. I'm going to use that term again. That we continue to talk, but we don't walk the walk when it comes to helping and providing sidewalks. I mean, we're not getting anything done looking for the perfect resolution. So I'm very disappointed in CA 22. And I just will say that on this case here at CA 8, that, we need to get this stuff done. We need to cook while we eat. Until we get that perfect resolution, we need to continue to fill these gaps. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bannister.
I just wanted to respond to Councilmember Lum and Councilmember Grand. Councilmember Lum was saying that this is a high priority project. I think just because something's been on the CIP plan for years or whatever, I think that we need to update our criteria for high priority, because when you actually walk around the neighborhood and maybe you already have done that, but I think there's controversy over whether this in fact is a priority. And then to Councilmember Grand's about the Logan School, it's true Logan School is there, but we did have a Zoom neighborhood meeting, and we found out that no Logan School students, including the entire North Oaks project by the Toll Brothers, will need to use this sidewalk, because there is a sidewalk from the North Oaks project now entering the north side of the Upper Logan playground, and there's a paved path all the way to the school entrance. So student safety is not relevant in this particular sidewalk, and we don't have a pedestrian traffic study to estimate how many non-students would be using it. As you guys mentioned, it's the last sidewalk gap, which speaks to the plethora, you know, there's a ton of great sidewalks and bike paths and other routes. Thank you.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister,
No.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Lum,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
motion carries.
CA9, resolution number 3, establishing a public hearing for the Barton Drive Water Main Replacement and Resurfacing Project Assessment District, moved by Councilmember Bannister, seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion, please, of CA9. Councilmember Bannister.
Okay, well, I will let Councilmember Hayner jump in quickly on this because he has a history. We're living right around the corner from this project. But as you all may recall, this project originally started where we were going to have sidewalk all the way from Pontiac Trail to M14. And there was a huge outcry in the neighborhood because it's a wooded area and it was going to be a really bad idea. And so thankfully, we reached consensus and a huge chunk of the project was deleted. If you go to the Barton Drive webpage, project webpage, you won't see the current maps yet. I think a lot of work came to a slowdown in March, but staff tells me they will be putting up the current project maps. But now we are down to a smaller piece, but I have been working with 3 houses in particular. 2 of the households are interested in the project, but only, it seems, they want the sidewalk, but cannot afford the financial burden. And so they really urged us in emails that we were supposed to pass the 50% funding. So now that we don't have that funding, we'll have to see, you know, what they say in the days between now and May 4. But the other household that I mentioned, the people at 415, they're the ones that are now, I think we'll see their special assessment go up to nearly 40,000 because they either have to move their driveway or get this elaborate switchback. Those are the 2 options that are on the website and that city staff has engineered for them. And they're a senior couple. If you look on the ground there at Breed, Barton, and Longshore, there's very limited sight distance. So the idea that we need to have a crosswalk and a sidewalk to meet the crosswalk is part of the controversy. There are other crosswalks in this project that might, since we've never had a crosswalk before, to suddenly have multiple crosswalks may be an opportunity where we could delete this one crosswalk. So again, the protest letters from this neighborhood have not been uploaded to the webpage. Staff tells me they will upload them, and I suggest you read these sad letters from the people who can't afford 40,000 for our sidewalk, and they won't be using it because they're seniors, and one of them is you know, well, I won't get into their business, but I will turn it over to Councilmember Hayner. But I can move forward and agree to the public hearing, but again, these are some of the major problems with the sidewalks on this project. Some of them are good, it's mixed. Some are good and the others are bad. And on this one, the average cost per household is $10,000.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, again, as Councilwoman Bannister said, and as we all recognize, that this, this is a problem, and I appreciate the work that was done on the old Traver project, where engineering staff kind of went out of their way to come up with alternative solutions for these costly sidewalk gap fillings. And this is another instance where I would urge them to come up with a different solution for, obviously, I mean, for the 23 odd years I've lived in my house here, and right here, we've made do without it. None of the neighborhoods to the north of it have sidewalks. Especially the concern on Breed and Longshore is that in 2015 I did a change.org petition begging for with another 100 people begging for a crosswalk there, because there's already a goat path cutting between the barricade and the sidewalk. That's the head of the Vandermeer boardwalk. And so, thank goodness we have that boardwalk there, and well used, well loved. And this is basically the head of it. And we were told to get a crosswalk at this intersection, there'd have to be at least a pad on the other side, a landing pad, which we understand that. Now we're talking about sidewalks that continue up to what was going to be this pad, but now there's been this sort of elaborate sidewalk because of the grading and the terrain there. And $40,000 is an insane amount for a homeowner to pay for a sidewalk in front of their house. It's beyond reasoning. I mean, you can buy a house for that in many cities in Michigan. And so with the sidewalks already there. And so it's a crazy amount of money. And I'm kind of begging on behalf of these residents for engineering to take a look at an alternative where it's very slow, it's winding, it's 25-mile-per-hour street there. We know not everybody does that because it's a commuter access. And so I have concerns about the crosswalk going in there now with our crosswalk law. That is not a uniform state law. So we have a lot of out-of-city people using that. We need a way to get across there safely, but they certainly don't need to pay $40,000 for a sidewalk in front of their house. And so I just can't support sticking that on this couple. And I think that there was a error made. I think 9 and 10 were supposed to be pulled because this is at both ends of Barton. But 10 wasn't pulled and it went by to the public hearing. So I guess my questions generally are, do we really think we're going to be able to pull off a public hearing on May 4th for these folks to somehow get their input? And two, what can we please do between now and then, short of gutting Councilwoman Nelson's sidewalk fund, to ease the pain for these folks who have a zero way of paying for this? I don't understand why we don't just roll these in with our resurfacing projects that are adjacent. I know there's a technical reason for it, but we're a wealthy community. I think that we could do that in some of these cases. And this is especially a case where we're working right there. We're going to have it torn up right there. It couldn't be any easier to put flat work in next to it. So I'm going to join with CM Bannister and say I can't do it to these people. I just can't. Thank you.
Councilor Griswold. Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, sorry. I want to thank staff. Our staff have been working overtime on these, and we have been having lengthy, totally unprofessional conversations at council. And I believe that we are missing one component to our team, and that is a Vision Zero expert who can work with the homeowners, come up with a solution that doesn't cost $40,000 with a switchback. We also need to have crosswalk design standards that include lighting. I'm really concerned about adding additional crosswalks this season when we have crosswalks from last season that still do not have any lighting. We lost a student in 2016 due to an unlit crosswalk. Since that time, we have constructed at least 10 additional crosswalks identical to the one where we had a fatality. So I really think we need to get this expert so that this person can bring us all together. We've got to have design guidelines. And again, we've got to do it right the first time. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Mayor, just for clarification, on this project, I believe the highest assessment is presently $18,000. It's still high, but it's not 40, just for clarification.
Thank you. Further, Councilmember Eden? We're at 9 minutes. Councilmember Eden.
Yes, thank you. I'll be voting for this because it just sets a public hearing, but I am really reluctant to place additional financial burden on homeowners as we enter what looks like a significant economic downturn. And so I hope that we learn enough by the time the public hearing has been held to really see how badly we're going to hammer these people. I'm reluctant to add any financial burden on any homeowner while the economy is suffering to the extent that it currently is. But tonight I'll vote for this as I did with CA8 because it just merely sets a public hearing. Thank you.
Councilmember Bannister.
Yes, just briefly, I wanted to double check with Mr. Crawford on that. Thank you if that was in fact the case, but I wanted to double check with maybe the project managers, Nick Hutchins or Jane Allen, because it was my understanding that the special assessment was net of the supposed 50% reduction. Could we just confirm that, whether we're talking about the 19,000 or the 38,000?
I'm gonna ask our project manager, Jane Allen, to jump in here. I think she probably has the more detailed numbers in front of her. Go ahead, Jane.
Hello, Jane Allen. I'm the project manager for the Barton Road project. The highest estimated assessment at this point is at 415 Barton Drive, and it's at 18,700. These numbers in the assessment roll did not include the proposed 50% reduction that might have been voted on today.
Okay, well that is better news. Certainly, it's still a big chunk.
Further discussion?
I just wanted to mention that, as Councilmember Griswold said, that the plan does not appear to include any lighting on the proposed crosswalks. So that's another serious.
No, we already have agreements signed with DTE to install cross lights and positive contrast lighting at each of these proposed crosswalks.
Okay, and will we get a map on that, or that will be coming prior to May 4?
Well, the agreements are signed, so if the sidewalks are go in and the crosswalks then get in, then DTU will install the lighting.
Thank you.
Councilmember Griswold.
I hate to continue this conversation, but according to an email that we received from the city administrator today, we have contracts with DTE for crosswalk lighting that have not been completed yet. So my request would be that we do not construct a crosswalk, meaning we don't paint the street, we don't put the signs in, until we have the positive contrast lighting, because that is critical. And we can't really control when it's going to happen if we're contracting with DTE.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Sorry, yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Ron-Lowy?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
CA 26, resolution to authorize amendment number 3 to the Tetra Tech Engineering Services Agreement to sample and test wet basements in high-risk areas in Ann Arbor for 1,4-dioxin and appropriate funds from the risk fund balance in the amount of $40,323. Moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion, please, of CA 26, Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. I'll be supporting this tonight. Thankfully, I just want to say a thanks to Brian Steglitz and staff in helping me craft this, and the support with Councilmember Smith. There was a call I got, an email that I got late last year from a constituent whose property sits above the prohibition zone, across the street from west of West Park, concerned about the groundwater coming into the house and whether it contained dioxin, and to get it tested. And so I quickly made a couple calls, and I found out that the homeowner would be responsible in that case, to have a company come out and sample the groundwater that was coming into the basement that they were concerned with. So I didn't feel that was a good response. I really didn't feel like that's, as an elected official, that's the kind of response I should be giving my constituent when we know we have a public health hazard as large and as significant and ongoing as the Gelman plume. And there's been, detections, in West Park. And as an elected official, I say, well, you're going to have to go pay a private company to come and sample it. And then once you get that information, I'm not sure if they're going to use it because it was done under someone else's control and direction. So anyhow, I reached out to our city administrator. I reached out to others and Mr. Hupy to come up with a better response the next time a constituent has a concern with groundwater coming into their basement in that part of our city. So I am excited to see that this is on tonight's agenda. I hope that it does get the support of council. This isn't going to break the bank. We're talking about $40,000 that will help ease the concern and perhaps get us some answers on what's going on underneath these people's homes in that area west of West Park. So it's about 85 residences that qualify based on the parameters staff has laid out. And I'm looking forward to having this put in place. So our public and the constituents that I serve are served well.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we definitely want to vote for this. We need to know what's going on underneath our city better than we do. I think we all know that. And the results of this testing could be very informative in our ongoing negotiations. We'll see what happens here. I just wanted to throw it out there in the public, and I'll send a private email to the appropriate folks that there has been a request to have access to the West Park bandshell basement for a vapor intrusion experiment by Mr. Bob Bailey, who sits on the CARD group. And he had a really nice presentation at the poster presentation of the PFAS and PBB seminar that was at over at the league a couple months back. And the concern that he has is he's done some modeling of vapor intrusion methods and evaporation methods in enclosed environments like a basement would be, or the basement of the West Park bandshell. And it shows that the groundwater surface water interface numbers are not, that the correlation between the groundwater surface water DSI numbers are potentially not, that it's the wrong connection, that there may be indeed more vapor present than there is. I don't understand the science behind it. I took a picture of it and had him explain it to me, but basically they want to run an experiment to verify or disprove his math on this. And I think that would be awesome. I don't think there's not a lot of people using the bandshell this next couple months. And I would just encourage maybe Councilwoman Grand and I can, or she could let me know who might have the key for that and how we could work out an arrangement with our legal department to give temporary access to set up this equipment and temporary access to remove the equipment and do this test totally on their dime. They just need a space. And we thought it might be better to provide a public space than to do it in someone's basement. So I just want to throw that out here. And it's sort of a continuation of what we're about to vote on. And I think it's important that we continue to do our own science and exploration of what's happening underneath our streets. Thank you.
Councilmember, did I miss you, Councilmember Lum? Did you have your name in the queue?
Yeah, my hand disappeared. Thanks. Just very quickly, I just wanted to thank Councilmember Ramlawi for providing the background on what brought this forward, and I appreciate his work on this and Mr. Staglitz's. I fully agree doing this additional testing is a good idea. And I also believe this is something that the city should bear the cost of. So thank you very much, and to Council Members Ramlawi and Smith for sponsoring this.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. I just, I don't know if staff wants to weigh in on this, but one of the early things I learned in the first meeting I had with Mr. Hubie and Mr. Staglitz was the amount of dioxin that's in our environment, that's in the household cleaning products we use, in the laundry detergent we use. I think many folks in our community are unaware of the toxins we're bringing into our homes and applying to our clothes and applying all around ourselves. And I'm not sure if now is the time, but I think in the near future, if we can better inform our community of the amounts of dioxin just in, Tide, laundry detergent, at astronomical levels of dioxin. And that's going to be one of the challenges in doing the testing, is make sure that we don't have cross-contamination with these household products. So I'll leave it at that. I'm not sure if staff wants to educate the public while we have a few seconds.
I will speak to that. That is one of the reasons why in the outline proposal, we are doing an inventory of the material in the basement so that there can be a background understanding of where the 1,4 may be coming from other than groundwater. And you are correct, there is a large number of materials that we normally have in our household that contains 1,4.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? It's approved. I'm sorry. I must, hold on for a second. My apologies. I got my numbers wrong. Does that require a roll call?
A roll call is recommended.
My apologies. Thank you. If we can pull that back, and I guess I would just, before pulling it back, want to say too, that I'm delighted just that we're moving forward with this. I concur with my colleagues that it is right and proper that the city bear the cost of learning more about the nature of the plume, the nature of the contaminants, and to the extent that we find them in people's basements, to provide comfort and information and science to our residents. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
CA 25, resolution to approve an agreement with the Downtown Development Authority for the design of the South State Street and North University improvements in the amount of $396,752. Moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion of CA 25. Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just brought this forward because, as we are all too well aware, there is going to be significant economic impacts from what we're going through right now. And I'm not so certain that tying the above ground potential streetscape improvements to the necessary and already scheduled below ground improvements is necessarily the right way for the Downtown Development Authority to spend their money. And I recognize that this is just a cost sharing for the preliminary design of this project above and below the ground. And the city's cost, a decent portion of the city's cost in this case, at $396,000 some dollars, is related to water main and stormwater and roadway engineering and surveying and so on. The DDA's share of this is $360 some thousand dollars, and that's for everything that's above. They're paying some for traffic controls, bike facility engineering, streetscape and lighting, and signal design and engineering. They're kind of splitting it with us on that 50-50. And so it's typically fair that the different portions are being paid for. And yet we're looking at what, $753,000 some dollars just for design on this project, only half of which appears to be necessary. Now, I know that we would be paying more as a city if we weren't splitting project coordination, outreach, and some of the mobility studies and traffic analysis, but I'm not certain that we would need to do those studies to the extent that is necessary for this streetscape improvements. And I'm also not certain that the streetscape improvements are the right way to be spending our probably rapidly reducing DDA funds when they may be needed for support of local businesses and other things like that. And so I don't support this cost sharing agreement simply because I don't find streetscape improvements to be as necessary as what's going on underneath, especially at this cost. So I just wanted to put that out there. That's why I pulled it, and I'm not going to support it. Thank you.
Councilmember Umlawi.
Thank you. Yeah, I think anytime we're going to see these resolutions come forth, there's going to be increasing scrutiny and less support. The DDA's path in the last 5 or 10, 15 years with streetscape projects, to me, I compare it to owning a house, and me and my partner are on a very limited fixed budget, and we have many needs in our home. One of them is a new roof, and others are decorative, like furniture. And our DDA seems to concern itself with buying new furniture for the house every 3 to 5 years while our roof is leaking. I have a hard time, and I'm sorry, I just lost connection for a second. I have a hard time continuing to support this policy of streetscaping when many other needs in our community are left unmet. It is just, I think, a time to reevaluate the purpose of the DDA and the need of our community. They are by far the part of our government who can help with our infrastructure. We just talked earlier about sewage spills. You don't have to go far to talk to anyone about the terrible state of our roads, crosswalks that are hard, not that the fact that they're unlit, but they're crumbling. I mean, you got trip hazards in your downtown crosswalks. You have all sorts of other infrastructure needs, low-hanging fruit. It simply isn't done, but we keep buying new furniture every 5 years. So look for me to have less support for these items. I want to see more being put in our infrastructure and less put on makeup and cosmetics. I just don't see the benefit, and I don't see the payback, and I see bigger needs in our community.
Councilmember Bannister.
Mayor?
Yes.
I just wanted, in case it's not clear to you all, Susan Pauley, the DDA director, is available on audio, but you won't see her on video.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Bannister.
Okay, I don't profess to be an expert on this subject. However, I did receive a phone call today from the State Street Area Association, and they did say that this project has been in the works for 5 years or so, and it will is designed in part to help with the flooding out in front of the Nichols Arcade and Bivouac in July, which is also during the art fair. So maybe that is, I agree with Councilmember Hayner and Ram Lowy about not wasting money on streetscapes when we have priorities with our infrastructure and our crosswalks and our roads and our snow removal and our sidewalks. But I would like to ask someone, whether it would be Susan Pillay or someone else, for more detail about how much of this is the cosmetic and how much is stopping with the flooding.
Ms. Pillay?
This is Susan. Yes, this is Susan Pillay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you very much, Susan Pillay with the Ann Arbor DDA. The vast majority of this project is in fact infrastructure. As noted, the roadway is crumbling. The sidewalks too are crumbling. Much of this area has under sidewalk vaults, which we were not able to attend to 20 years ago when we were in that area looking to do some improvements. We have now a partnership with the city that has allowed us to tackle these under sidewalk vaults in a number of other areas, which will allow us to repair a lot of crumbling sidewalk. There's an opportunity too to address a challenge in that neighborhood, which is to design the area above the roadway to meet the challenging demands of competition. We have sidewalk cafes, we have a need for loading zone, we have a need for pedestrian area, and through a robust engagement process, we have a chance to talk to the neighborhood, work with the neighborhood, that when we repair these sidewalks, they're designed so it meets the need. An example, you could expand the sidewalk but lose loading zone, or you could retain loading zone but have to constrain the cafe area. We're touching the sidewalk anyway because of all those under sidewalk vaults. So this is the opportunity when the vast majority of this project is in fact infrastructure. There is relative that is maybe niceties. There isn't enough sidewalk for a great deal of streetscape. It's unfortunate that that's the word that is used. In fact, it's the area of the pedestrian realm. And as a people-friendly street project, our primary goal in this neighborhood is Vision Zero. To support the council's announced policy of Vision Zero, we have an opportunity to, with the city's help, as we did on William Street and as we did at 5th and Detroit, we have an opportunity to improve conditions for vulnerable users, including bicyclists, people in wheelchairs and other mobility devices, pedestrians, and so forth. This is a very high pedestrian area, and certainly there's very little in downtown that has as much Vision Zero gains as this will. And again, working with the city, we can point to successes, how working together we've saved costs for both and tackled a lot of outstanding infrastructure.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Pillay. That was, you talked about a lot of what I wanted to talk about. Namely, this is a very complicated engineering exercise with all of those vaults. I think we improperly throw the term streetscape around as some kind of cosmetic fix to things when it is a lot of really complicated, really difficult hardscape work that is infrastructure. So I'm going to support this. This has been something that we've needed to do since we converted those streets from one ways 20 years ago. I think it's the approach is good, and I'm glad we're getting on with it.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, the latest financial projections that I heard this afternoon is that we are going into a recession that will probably be deeper than our Great Recession in 2008. Given that, is it possible to postpone this for approximately 3 months until we have a better grasp of not only what our revenue stream is going to be like, but also what our needs, just our basic needs for our less fortunate individuals? I'm really concerned about committing to a project of this size when we don't know what our financial health is going to be like. And so the question is, what's the impact if we delay this 3 months?
Ms. Pillay?
If possible, I'd like my colleagues in engineering to help answer that question. As mentioned, this is a project that's been deferred. And so I will lean on Mr. Hupy and maybe Nick, if you wouldn't mind as well, answering the question.
Nick, do you want to answer it, please?
Yeah, I can take that. The project is scheduled for construction in 2021. It is a complex project. There's a lot of coordination with business owners, with the university. We feel like we're on a tight timeline already in order to meet the 2021 construction. A delay of 3 months would probably cost us at least a portion of the 2021 construction season because of the tight time frame we're already on.
Oh, okay, thank you. And then there's also the possibility of doing it in 2022. Again, there's just significant financial uncertainty, and there are many opportunities to improve the streetscape, pedestrian safety by filling in the potholes in the crosswalks. I know that on Maynard in front of the bar there, I can't read Scorekeepers, that there is a huge chunk of concrete that has been missing for at least 3 years per A2 fix it. And at least now it has pink fluorescent paint around it. But I just see a lot of smaller projects that we could do with very little risk while we wait and get a better grasp of our financial position.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, actually, Scorekeepers got a hold of me because I hold insurance to close the right of way to do that curb repair, but we weren't sure if it was his responsibility or their responsibility rather, or the DDA's. So yeah, that one's been chunked for quite a while now. So I understand that the city put forward this Vision Zero goal, but I just want to point out that high traffic doesn't necessarily mean dangerous, although I have no doubt this is a dangerous area because it's probably the place where I see more than not, I see people crossing with complete abandon. So what's the total cost of this project? And is the division of the total cost of the project analogous to the division we're seeing here for the design, the payment of the total cost of the project? How much of this is the city footing the bill for, and how much is the entity called the DDA? Is there a sense of that?
Yes, this is Susan. We are looking to split the cost as we have for our other projects, where there's a division on the road repair and reconstruction. There'll be elements that the DDA will take on, for instance, better lighting, especially we've talked about that at crosswalks earlier. Roughly, this whole project, including the water main replacement, the 2 water main consolidations, the road repair, the sidewalk repairs, the vault repairs, we're looking at approximately $6 million all told. As we design this, we'll be in a much better position to understand the detail of how much is going to be apportioned to which elements. And that's where the design process comes in. But yes, effectively splitting this largely 50-50.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I just want to point out a trend that I'm a little bit concerned about that I'm hearing from a lot of my colleagues, which is I'm not going to support this policy that I haven't supported in the past, but this time it's because of COVID-19. And I just want to make sure that we're not using that and those unknowns. You know, if you support a policy, support it. If you don't. But if you know, just, I think there's so many unknowns, and we'll obviously, we know they're coming, and we'll deal with them. And I'm glad we've got great staff to help us out with that. This is an area, in addition to the South U area, that I'm particularly concerned about and want to see the DDA investing in, because right now, the residents that are supporting those businesses in the State Street area and the South U area are students, and students are online through the summer. You know, we know that that's true. So if there is an area of the downtown where I want the DDA to be working kind of overtime and planning to help support these businesses, State Street would be included in that list. And considering that most of these are below ground critical infrastructure investments, I look forward to supporting it.
Councilmember Lum.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, I appreciate that Councilmember Bannister noted that the State Street Area Association is very supportive of this project. This project has been in the pipeline for many years. So I'm glad to see it come forward. And I do think that I will also note that the university is very supportive of this project. And just over the years, anecdotally, I was involved with the street art fair for many, many years. And now, in preparation for the street art fairs, and obviously State Street has a major section of the art fair, the issue of trip and fall hazards is a real concern. And we often are sort of scrambling just before one of these events to address these, make some, you know, temporary fixes, if you will. And so it's nice to see this come forward. And I also think it makes a lot of sense to do the design work for the streetscape, the water main replacement, resurfacing all at one time. And the cost sharing, I think arrangement also makes sense. The design costs are based on the construction cost sharing, and we're paying for that. We, the city, are paying for the design, including the staff time and the DDA. So our shares at this point, just under $440,000. The DDA's is about $360,000, and so I think all things considered, it seems like a very reasonable approach, and I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Councilmember Griswold.
I'd like to move to postpone this until July 6th. That would be 3 months, when we have a better grasp on our financial position.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Councilmember Nelson, I have you, Councilmember Griswold, you still have the floor.
I have nothing more to add.
Councilmember Nelson, I have you in the queue. Do you want to talk on the main motion or talk on this, or can I start a new queue on them?
I can actually talk on both. I'm happy to talk on Kathy's motion, because I actually wanted to thank her for bringing it up, because I know I have a sense of what my email box looks like and the kind of conversations that I'm having with residents, and I don't know that any of them want us to be particularly dismissive of COVID-19, and I would certainly hope that my colleagues would not be dismissive of discussion around that. So for some members of council who have traditionally urged fiscal caution, I'll say, I think that the whole town is pretty concerned about what our financial situation is going to look like. And I really hope that raising that issue is not, well, I guess I'll just say that I think that it would be a little foolhardy for us to pretend that that's not something to think about or to talk about or consider. So I'm happy to hear what other people have to say about Councilmember Griswold's proposal to postpone, because I was glad that she brought that up.
Councilmember Amlawi on the postponement.
I will not be supporting a postponement. As much criticism I have past and present of some of the spending practice of the DDA. I believe, and I will push back a little bit on my colleague's assertion that we shouldn't be looking through a new set of lenses of the set of lens of COVID-19. It'd be fiscally irresponsible for us to think that we can continue business as normal until we are told otherwise. I've been told by, I know that I won't go into it too long, but I will just say that these are the type of projects, if we do go into recession, in fact, if our GDP contracts at 34%, as some say it will, it's technically a depression. So in either case, a major recession or a depression, these are the type of projects that governments should take on and should be doing during economic disparity and the depressions. So I'm not concerned to that extent. I think hopefully we'd get increased federal dollars for these type of programs. So I don't think it's time to pause because of that.
Councilmember Lum, Ackerman, Bannister, Grand, perhaps we can call it a day then on the postponement. I think everyone has notions of how they're going to vote. Councilmember Lum.
Got it. I will not be supporting the postponement. Thanks for what you just had to say, Councilmember Riley. I agree with much of what you just said. And I think we're in a depression now. I mean, the economy's shut down, but I think just on the fiscally responsible side of the equation, you have to bear in mind that when we don't maintain the infrastructure, and this area is riddled with fall hazards. And as a member again of the Board of Insurance, we have seen claims that have resulted from accidents, injuries in this area. And this project would fix this area to the degree that we've put off for many years. So I think we can no longer postpone this project, and it will benefit the property owners, the businesses, residents, the entire State Street district immeasurably. So I will not be supporting postponement.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't be supporting postponement either. I see this as fairly straightforward. We have an infrastructure need. We have crumbling roads and crumbling sidewalks, and we have infrastructure dollars to fix them. When I knock on doors, I listen to residents, I read my email. Roads, sidewalks, and their safety is a #1 priority. If we are to institute austerity measures in the face of an economic depression or recession, I hope that if anything, we continue to invest in our infrastructure. So I don't see my stance changing, no matter what the financial forecasts look like.
Councilmember Bannister.
Well, I guess I had a question for staff then again about whether there's any middle ground between yes, no, and postpone 3 months. Like if we go forward tonight and don't postpone it, and then we wished we had postponed it, can we back out if need be?
Mr. Crawford, Mr. Hupy.
You can always go forward with the design and then decide whether you're going to execute the construction at a later date.
And that design work could be saved for whenever we could afford it.
It would have some shelf life. The longer you save it, the less applicable it would be in the future. And also understand that part of this work is rationalizing the water system and doing stormwater work. And so you're always at risk going forward if you don't do the work that either you'll have a large water main break or another large rain event.
Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. I also won't be supporting postponement. I, like many of my colleagues, feel like this is pretty straightforward infrastructure. I do want to clarify that I understand that we're going to be looking through this at a lens. Well, I'm certainly not a health economist. I am the only person at this virtual table that has a PhD from the School of Public Health, so I have a pretty, solid understanding of disease models. So I don't take this lightly. What I just want to make sure is that we're not using it as an excuse not to support projects that we would otherwise not support anyway. And just be honest with ourselves and where our values are, and not use it as a fallback, because I think that actually discounts the serious nature of this crisis that we're in. And we all do know, as some of my colleagues have mentioned also, that Councilmember Ackerman did, if we have to go to different austerity measures, then we're going to cross that bridge when we get to it. But right now we don't have that information. So at this meeting tonight, I'm going to continue to stick to the priorities that I have, and that I hope that we will, that everyone else will as well.
Further discussion of the postponement? Roll call vote, please, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Remlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion? I'm delighted to support this, as has been stated. We have infrastructure needs in the downtown. They involve the replacement and of below ground infrastructure, the replacement of above ground infrastructure, and the optimization of that infrastructure for the needs of our business and consumer community. This work performed by the city, by the university, and the Downtown Development Authority will achieve that goal. And I would like, of course, myself to thank the DDA. The DDA has been has been stewards of our downtown for years. Our downtown is the envy of the envy of many. I'm proud of it. It's there for everyone, and it's there for everyone in part because of the good work done by the DDA. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Remlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Let's roll with this public hearing in case there are people who've been sitting around waiting for it, and then we'll take a break. We now come to a public hearing. Public hearings are opportunities for members of the community to speak to council in the community about a specific item on the agenda. That is to say, the specific subject of the public hearing. To speak at a public hearing, one need not have signed up in advance, but speakers need in their speech before council to speak to the subject matter of the public hearing. Speakers will have 3 minutes in which to speak. Our clerk will provide you a 30-second notice. So please pay close attention to that. Let's see, is there anything else I need to say? Callers, there is a phone number and a meeting ID to call in, which should be now displayed on the screen. Callers will be called on one by one by the city clerk using the last 3 digits of your phone number. You will hear an automated announcement that the clerk is allowing you to speak. Callers who would like to speak at this hearing may also press *9 to electronically raise your hand to indicate to the clerk that you wish to speak at this public hearing. When speaking, please move to a quiet area, mute any television or background sound so that we may hear you clearly. If there are speakers here at City Council who are new to our ways, Public hearings are opportunities to provide comments to council, but council, they listen to you, but this is not an opportunity for call and response. Council does not respond directly in this context to public comment. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Just as a note, this is likely to be postponed as this public hearing was improperly noticed, given its online nature.
Thank you.
Mayor, did I miss it? Did you read the title?
I did not. No, I was flustered. I was askew and was so focused on your on the commentary that I did not read the public hearing. Thank you. Let's try this again. Public hearing number 1, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, Ann Arbor Unified Development Code, rezoning of 0.6 acres from C2B Business Service District to C3 Fringe Commercial District, MSGCU rezoning 2151 West Stadium Boulevard. As Councilmember Ackerman indicates, this matter is likely to be postponed in light of the fact that the notice for the public hearing did not initially contemplate that this would be an online communication. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
We have caller phone number 891.
Yes, this is Edward Vilmetti. I'd like to speak in favor of this rezoning. I think it's important that we provide flexibility in zoning in cases where otherwise parcels would be very difficult to develop. And with that, I leave you all. Thank you for hosting this meeting. I understand that this may be postponed to the next meeting.
Thank you.
Caller, caller
Please, sorry.
574. 574. I think that is it, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. It is 9:35 by my council computer clock. Let us reconvene, please, in 7 minutes. 9:42. Thank you. We're on break. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, we are 9:42. Thank you, everybody. We're back in open session, or rather, we're back after a short break. A1, we have before us the the special and regular session meeting minutes of February 24 and February 16, 2020. May I have a motion, please, to approve these minutes? Moved by Councilmember Smith, second by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The minutes are approved. B1, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, Ann Arbor Unified Development Code rezoning of 0.6 acres from C2B Business Service District to C3 Fringe Commercial District, MSGCU rezoning 2151 West Stadium Boulevard. Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, second by Councilmember Smith. Discussion of B1, Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I previously stated, the notice for this public hearing was miscommunicated given the anticipated virtual nature of tonight's meeting. Therefore, I will move to postpone it until April 20th.
Seconded by Councilmember Ramlawi. Discussion of the postponement. All in favor of the postponement?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is postponed. C1, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55 zoning rezoning of 0.2 acres from C1B Community Convenience Center District to PUD Planned Unit Development District, the Garnet, PUD zoning and supplemental regulations, 325 East Summit Street. Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Bannister. Discussion, please, of C1, Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to residents who have written on this issue, to the developer for your patience through this process, and to staff for your thorough work to ensure that the letter of the law is applied in every case. This is a weird, bizarre scenario in which a proposal that residents liked, that many members of council liked, that respected the historic nature of its context, cleaned up $300,000 worth of pollution on site, and provided some added housing to the Carytown neighborhood in a green and sustainable manner, was not approved based on preferences around zoning. It has since been brought back as a PUD, which was expressed by members of council as their preferred option. Unfortunately, in review of the PUD ordinance, it's clear that our law lays out the fact that, two primary drawbacks of using the PUD in this case. The first, that PUD can only be implemented if no other zoning code can be applied effectively. And unfortunately, because this proposal went through the entire development process under another zoning designation, it was proven that it could be met under a different zoning district. The second is that we recently updated all of our requirements for affordable housing payment in lieu. So that's if you're going to propose residential housing above what the current zoning allows, you have to either include affordable housing in your development as a PUD, or you have to make a cash contribution to our affordable housing fund. The sum that is now required by the formula is about $300,000. And the onset of this petition being submitted, the equation would have come to closer to $88,000. The developer can afford to pay the $88,000. The project is not viable at the $300,000 level. So there are a couple confluencing factors that have led staff to recommend denial, which I just stated. Planning Commission did see it appropriate to recommend approval, and ultimately a rezoning is at the discretion of City Council. So we have some flexibility, and I will remind colleagues that I think there was on the substance of the development some optimism and encouragement about its form and function. Just a dislike of the zoning code trying to be applied in the first round. So hopefully we can move this forward tonight. I think there's one important hiccup that I just that I personally need clarified, which is the amount of contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund. We could vote in favor of this tonight, and the bill applied would be $300,000. The developer has said the project is non-viable at that amount and wouldn't go forward with it, even if given entitlements through this process. So looking to Mr. Leonard or Mr. McDonald or Mr. Postma, is there a legal means by which we can reduce the amount we ask the developer to contribute into the Affordable Housing Fund?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Brett Leonard, the planning manager. Through the ordinance requirements, there is not. If council were interested in reconsidering the formula calculation as laid out in ordinance amendments could always be considered. The financial formulation, the formula that was recently adopted by City Council from the Housing and Human Service Advisory Board, that could be reconsidered. But in short, in order to comply with the plan unit development, there's no change that could happen sort of at the table with this petition that I'm aware of.
Thank you. So if we vote yes tonight, we would, in order for development to happen, we would charge the closer to $300,000 number, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
The petitioner is on the phone if anyone is interested in speaking with him.
Thank you. Councilor Ackerman, are you through?
For round one, yes, I'm through.
Councilor Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for that helpful summary, Councilmember Ackerman. I'm glad to see the project back with what is, in my view, the appropriate zoning proposed, which is a PUD rather than the C1A campus business district zoning. And you'll recall that when the campus district zoning was rejected in September, there was pretty strong support for the project itself. The project has not changed. And we heard from the old Fourth Ward Association over the weekend that their board unanimously supported the project. City staff, as was noted by Councilmember Ackerman, recommended denial of the PUD zoning, but the Planning Commission didn't agree and unanimously supported the PUD zoning proposal. I believe that the Planning Commission's decision was appropriate and that there are sufficient public benefits to meet the PUD standard. The project adds to our housing stock, and although it's not affordable housing, there is a payment in lieu contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund. The project will result in a site cleanup funded completely by the developer. No public or brownfield funds are being requested. It also includes a stormwater management plan that otherwise would not exist. All of these are public benefits, and the project includes a green roof and provides for parking. Again, I recognize that there's an open issue in terms of the amount of affordable housing contribution that's required. I'm hopeful that it can be worked out between tonight's vote and when it comes back to council for votes on the zoning at the second reading. And that would be when the site plan and development agreement are before us. In the meantime, I'll certainly be supportive of this at first reading, and I'm hopeful we're able to find a way to move this project forward, and we do need to address the affordable housing issue. Thank you.
Councilmember Eaton.
So thank you. I also will be supporting this. I understand that some people believe that this project could have gone forward as a C1A project. I believe that there's a good argument that this site wasn't appropriate for C1A. So I don't believe that that zoning was viable, and which makes PUD absolutely appropriate. I've been exchanging emails with the city attorney's office. I can't reveal anything, but with regard to the affordable housing payment, and I think that we should work on that between this meeting and the public hearing on the site plan. So I will be supporting this tonight on first reading, and I hope that everybody else will.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, as Councilman Ackerman said, rezoning is completely at the discretion of City Council. And so I didn't see any problem with this not being passed in its request to be a C1AR type site that was going to be fully used with zero commercial aspect to it. I think it was entirely appropriate that we rejected that. Now, this isn't the kind of building I'd like to see built. As people know, I've been consistent since we declared a climate emergency in my calls for net zero type buildings. I feel strongly about this one, but I would support the rezoning of this because I think PUD is a much better zoning for this site than C1AR or C1A as it exists now. And so to move it away from its current zoning, although I think there should be commercial business interest in mixed use on this site. We're about to discuss the need for mixed use and all over the community, especially in transit areas. And then it doesn't get much more transit than across the street from a train station. And so I find it's sort of difficult to decide if PUD is appropriate for this when we might turn around and consider this to be a transit-oriented development type site. And this one site plan exists with zero mixed use on it, which really isn't what I'm looking for. But more to my original point is that my biggest concern is with the list of benefits that are associated with this resolution. If you look at that list of benefits dated March 11th, some of those things aren't really benefits. They're not really PUD type benefits. I think it's a stretch to say that density of the proposal is a public benefit since more housing is being proposed. Well, yeah, it's more housing. We need more housing, sure. Is that ever considered a benefit for PUD? And so I'm not sure that the location says this project puts new city residents close to jobs, shopping, public transit, and other amenities. And, I don't think that those are actually enumerated PUD benefits under the zoning regs. And so I'm concerned about leaving that in there and setting a precedent that someone else can claim that just merely adding units to the city is a PUD benefit. It's not to say I don't support PUD rezoning for this site. I think it's entirely appropriate. But I'm wary of adopting this wholesale with this list of some benefits and some that I don't consider lawful benefits under the PUD ordinance. The idea that they're doing a cleanup or removal of contaminated soils and installation of a barrier, that would be done with any type of construction on this site. It's not specific to this project. Before they build, that has to happen. Before anyone builds, it has to happen. And so I just, my big concerns with the PUD are this list of enumerated supposed benefits, some of which are actual benefits, like the green roof and the additional bike parking and the affordable housing contribution, and some of which I don't feel are genuine PUD benefits. But nonetheless, I'll support the rezoning to get it out of where it is now.
Councilmember Nelson.
Sorry, it takes me a minute to unmute. I have a question. I don't know if it's for petitioners or for Mr. Leonard. The plan in the site plan submitted in September and the site plan submitted in November, what were the differences between those site plans? Were they different?
I don't think they're different, but I'd like to have City Planner Jill Thatcher weigh in. She was the reviewer of that project.
Hi, council members. There are no significant changes since the September petition was last reviewed by you guys.
Okay. All right, then it makes logical sense to me that the city received this site plan in September. The site plan for this project was received in September. We had a disagreement about the zoning, but the site plan was received in September because you've just said that it's the same. So, yeah. So that I like Councilmember Eaton said, we've exchanged emails with our council, and that to me this is thank you. I appreciate that. That answers my question. Thanks.
Councilmember Bannister.
Since the petitioners are on the phone, they sent some lengthy, meaty emails late today, and I wanted to give them a chance to explain what's happening from their perspective.
Yeah, we just were reiterating points that were made at
the City Planning Commission about the fact that the process that we have been undertaking in order to do what many council members ask us to do, which is to bring the project back unaltered but in a different zoning, has been ongoing since actually the end of August, when we had our first meeting with staff about how that could be accomplished. So we've been working diligently as directed, continuously uninterrupted. So we feel we've been doing exactly what we've been asked in a timely fashion.
Mr. Moore, would you mind introducing yourself for the benefit of the public? Sorry to interrupt.
Not a problem. My name is Brad Moore. I'm the architect for the project.
Well, if I still have the floor.
You do?
Yeah, Mr. Moore, if you didn't have anything else to add, I do have a big problem with, I agree with Councilmember Nelson that if they submitted it in September and it's not changed and we've been working since August, this is just really bad for local developers, to local modest sized developers. If our system is not geared to helping them efficiently build good projects, then we've got a big problem. And so, and I've been hearing that from, this isn't just the only project that has had big problems, lots of time spent engineering, working, having meetings for years to reach a brick wall like this. So, yes, I will support the rezoning and those suggestions that Brett Leonard suggested, that we'd have to redo some major ordinances. I guess what would be our process? We will start working on that immediately, or what's our next step to solve this problem?
Those, from a planning work plan perspective, those aren't changes that are currently contemplated. If that's something that is desired, it's something that could be introduced by council to direct both the city administrator via staff and the planning commission to deliver any proposed changes in that regard. I would only ask that you identify sort of what the goals are that you are trying to achieve, so that we have the best case opportunity to deliver back to the city council the policy ordinance changes that are desired.
And the September submission doesn't help us here. They aren't grandfathered in like we've done some of, wasn't it 616 Washington and such that we said, oh, we couldn't possibly submit them to the new premiums?
Yeah, when there were changes made to the UDC and a variety of sections to the Unified Development Code, specifically a couple projects had been submitted and were under technical review at that time. So in the adoption of that was raised by both the Planning Commission and the City Council as what would be the correct way to apply the regulations to those projects that were under review. So that manifested in language in that adoption that said any applications that were currently under review at the time of publication, which in that case was November 7th, would be subject to the previous ordinance. The PUD rezoning application in this case came in after that date, and that's where the staff finding comes from.
And have you had a chance to discuss this with our attorney's office? And
yes, and I'm happy to discuss further.
That is to say, discuss further with the attorneys, not discuss what the attorneys have said in open session.
I'm hearing from, I guess what I'm hearing is, if I had to predict that this will move forward on first reading, and that I will certainly take steps to make sure that we have looked at all aspects of that. I have looked at it. We don't come to this recommendation lightly. We know it's a significant impact on this project, but we will uncover every possible stone that I can and before the next meeting.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you. I appreciate the petitioner's persistence on this. A whole lot of work to redevelop 1/5 of an acre of land. So we talked last year about obviously this project, and this year the petitioners follow through with the instruction of council to come back and under a PUD. What was the contribution to affordable housing under the first attempt by the petitioner? What were we looking at then versus now?
No contribution would be required under their previous petition. The plan unit development ordinance requires that when you are seeking a development density above what the current zoning is, that's where a calculation comes into play. Previously, they were just seeking to simply rezone the property from one district to another district, so there would be no requirement for that calculation or corresponding contribution.
So in terms of public benefits in that prior iteration, we didn't see anything in terms of affordable housing or contribution to the fund. But so I will be supporting this. I hope my colleagues will too. I think we put these folks to the test and staff to the test, and hopefully this can move along and we can get to the next order of business.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you. I guess I will. I guess I'll be seeking some more advice from our attorney and maybe Mr. Leonard, because my understanding was that the planned unit development, when it comes to like when we approve a site plan under a PUD, that's an agreement to between the city and the developer to build in a certain way for benefits to the city, benefits to the developer, whatever that agreement is. And so I guess I don't understand exactly the legal reasons why we can't strike an agreement with this developer that recognizes the fact that in some aspect they were in the pipeline, in some aspect they weren't. And I understand this is on the fence. I don't want to set us up for inconsistent practices with developers or any type of accusations of spot zoning or favoritism or anything. But I guess I need a better definition under the law of what a planned unit development entails, and that we might be able to strike some deal with this person, this developer, to say we want this rezoning in this type because it is planned unit development. You were half in, half out of the pipeline, whatever that's determined by our attorney. Is it not so that we can just cut a deal for because it's a PUD type zoning on the site plan, or is that completely a misunderstanding?
Yeah. So when in investigating other, looking at this again, I'm happy to provide some more background on that. But the short answer is that over history, the city has taken deliberate steps to put in some points of entry requirements for the plan unit development. Some other communities might have a plan unit development ordinance that is much more flexible. But we have said, in order to even have a sort of a quote unquote seat at that table, you're going to have to meet these requirements. So for the city to capitulate on some of those entry requirements on that plan unit development would not be following our own ordinance as to say how we consider those. But I take your point, and I think that we can do a better job of explaining that so you have that resources in advance of any future consideration.
And it's also the case that when we created this premium, that if a project wants to use this premium, increase their floor area ratio and so on, and accept this premium, that they have to make a formulated contribution or an amount of units built in the project and so on. And they had opted fully for financial viability to go with the contribution in the previous, or would have gone with the contribution under the previous PUD FAR calculations, correct? But under this one, it's just too much. They feel it doesn't make the project viable, right?
Yeah, we can also, I don't have that now, what the contribution would have required under the old PUD ordinance, but we can work to provide that as a comparison point as well.
I think Ian had told me it was like 87,000 versus this 300 some thousand. But they could also put a unit, they could also do a mix of those two under the current or the old laws. Is that correct?
Yeah, under both, that is not something that changed in the planning and development language. You always have the opportunity to meet that requirement by either providing a contribution, providing units to the necessary proportion of the site, or some combination thereof.
Okay. I'm a fan of seeing built units, and I would encourage us to look for a way to work out some combination that would work for the developer also to get these either contributions or built units in hand, because we all know we need them. So thank you for answering that.
Councilmember Nelson.
Well, I was in the queue.
You were?
I was in the queue. I I forgot what I was going to say. Actually, I think I was just going to say that I was curious if we could just direct staff to ask for an 80,000 contribution rather than the 300 and some. But I think we're going to be talking through that later.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. This whole process just honestly kind of breaks my heart. Like, everyone liked this project, and I felt like, you know, as a group, you know, this council, I was not one of them, but asked for a PUD. The developer comes back with a PUD, and now this is a problem, and now we want to take a step backwards. I hope that this is, you know, some sort of lesson that PUD is definitely not the solution for if you don't like the zoning, because we've seen many times where it has to come back, and it adds so much to the cost of a project that I think there really has to be a good reason to go PUD, and not just we like the project but we don't like the zoning. Because when we talk about affordability of housing taking all this time to come back, I think we have to recognize our own contributions to the rising cost of housing when we drag a process out like this. And so I'm going to vote to support this in hopes that we can come back, you know, at the next time with a solution that that doesn't do anything dangerous, but because I think it's a great project, and it's exactly the kind of, you know, missing middle development that also has a really significant benefit of doing environmental remediation that I'd like to see pass.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Unlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
C2, an ordinance to amend chapter 112, non-discrimination, sections 9150, 9151, 9152, 9156, and 9157, Title 9 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor, to clarify definition of source of income, add ethnicity as a protected class, and add an exception allowing discounts for veterans. Moved by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion, please, of C2. Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I don't anticipate, you know, this is a first reading, a lot of discussion, but do want to recognize, well, Councilmember Nelson and I are bringing this forward. I think the credit really goes to the members of the Human Rights Commission, to Jennifer Hall at the Housing Commission, who gave a lot of input into this ordinance, as well as Margaret Radabaugh from the City Attorney's Office. This, I think, is an important step as we go forward, especially with all the concerns that we already had about housing and new concerns about housing instability. Some of this is just cleanup of language and definitions, but the main motivation for this ordinance change was to prevent discrimination of vouchers and other types of related income so that those who have vouchers will hopefully have greater access to housing. And I hope you'll support it.
Thank you. Councilmember Eaton.
I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor, please. That's all.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved, goes on to second reading. I guess I'm a little unclear as to where we put our our closed session. So let's
I think it was after DC2.
DC3.
perhaps after DC3. DC1, an ordinance to appoint Tom Crawford to the Downtown Development Authority, moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Eaton. Discussion? Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. This was on our last agenda when we didn't have 8 votes present to appoint Tom Crawford to the Downtown Development Authority per our statute and practice. So we have an opportunity tonight to appoint Mr. Crawford to the Downtown Development Authority. And I think it's extremely critical and in fact beneficial to a great extent, more than usual, to have someone in Mr. Crawford's capacity at this time for a seat at that table. I'm concerned just with some of the conversations that I've listened into on we need a seat at the table. I don't believe City Council has a seat at the table at an important time. And the DDA's revenues are enormous. They have discretion, unlike much more discretion on how that money is spent than people can imagine. And I think it's extremely important right now to have somebody with the acumen of Mr. Crawford helping those conversations because they have such a huge consequence on our ability to pursue policy at the city level here. I am, for one, looking for greater collaboration and oversight as we go forward.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved. DC2, resolution directing the Planning Commission to create a transit-supported development district, moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion, please, of DC2. Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's been fun to watch us as the Brady Bunch go through here. For those of you who are too young, it's the show from the 60s. So first of all, I want to thank everyone who wrote in. We got nearly, if not over 100 emails in support of this idea, which is huge for any issue. I was also really glad to learn that both the Sierra Club and the Washtenaw Housing Alliance endorsed this resolution as is. And thanks too for the small handful of emails raising concerns about the topic. I'll try to speak to both audiences tonight. You know, at this point, I don't think it's a surprise. I grew up here in Ann Arbor. I'm a proud product of our public schools. And apart from the fantastic teachers and coaches that I had through my experience at the public schools, I think what gave me the most meaning and benefit from that experience was the diversity of classmates and friends. Just learning from different kids with different backgrounds and different life experiences. And for a lot of people who grew up here and spent their lives working here, as the cost of living has increased, the realities of getting to live in Ann Arbor and put your kids through the public school system gets harder and harder. So how can local government make a difference? I think it's important to level set that the two most powerful and direct tools to lower housing costs are illegal in the state of Michigan. The first is inclusionary zoning, which says, you know, hey, developer, if you build 100 units of housing, X% need to be affordable. Illegal in the state of Michigan. The second is rent control. Rent control says, hey, landlord, your building was built before year X, therefore you can only increase your rent at Y% each year. That stabilizes rental costs and is a great benefit to tenants. Illegal in the state of Michigan. So what does that leave us? There are kind of three pillars that a municipal government in our situation has to work with when it comes to affordability. The first is incentives. We can incentivize developers to include affordable housing in their developments. The second is direct subsidy. We can directly subsidize housing through vouchers or build public housing ourselves on our own land. And then the third is we can increase the supply of housing. So we've made progress on each of these pillars. And I think that's something that we can all be proud of. We've all shared in that over the course of the last 2 years, some of us longer. With respect to incentives, we unanimously passed a regulatory change that more aggressively demands that developers build affordable housing in exchange for height and density in our downtown districts. With respect to direct subsidy, the Ann Arbor Housing Commission, at our direction, is pursuing the construction of hundreds of new affordable housing units on publicly owned land, and I hope we continue to push them forward on that. And then finally, with respect to housing supply, downtown has densified some in the last 10 years. But even that densification, even those additions of bedrooms don't keep up pace with the new enrollment that we've seen at the University of Michigan, not to mention the new jobs created by both the university and new sectors of our local economy. And I'll just say here that researchers from the Obama administration to Harvard to MIT to Berkeley to the University of Michigan here in Ann Arbor all say that more housing supply lowers housing costs long term. There is no academic debate on the subject, period. None. This is not a fad. Increasing housing supply, especially on long transit corridors, is a proven solution measured tangibly over decades. So this proposal charges the Planning Commission to create a new zoning district that will make housing more affordable through both incentive and supply, two of the three pillars that we have at our disposal. It puts the weight of council behind the idea and the concept and provides a deadline so the public knows that we take our affordability and sustainability issues as seriously as we claim to. Now I want to turn my attention a little bit to three areas of concern that were articulated by the small handful of emails that we got voicing concern. The first is around parking. The resolution as is offers the fact that there might be no minimum amount of parking required, potentially, and that's up to the Planning Commission's discretion. This type of zoning allows residents to meet more of their daily needs, like getting to work, getting to school, getting to shopping, using transit or by foot or by bicycle instead of by car. That's the entire purpose of it. Our transit system, the RIDE, clocks 6.6 million rides per year, and most of our transit corridors see buses stopping every 10 to 15 minutes. So we have capacity, we have a transit system with a track record of being able to deliver on that. Ultimately, there will never be no parking though. The banks who lend money to developers would never allow that. It's just not a part of their financial model. But if parking is a concern, let that be dealt with when the zoning is implemented in different districts. For example, there are few and really there are no residential neighbors to the South State Street area near Briarwood Mall. And if these hypothetical residents brought their hypothetical cars, they might hypothetically flood Research Park Drive, a half-vacant industrial park, with their cars, right? So a lot less risk than maybe other areas. And let's have those conversations as the realities become more evident. The second concern I want to speak to is sustainability. Some have raised that we need to mandate sustainability measures like solar and green roofs. Allowing more people to use transit for their commute, not drive in from Plymouth or Scioto or Saline, will reduce carbon emissions alone. That's absolutely a fact. And in fact, by reducing just one person's commute by 10 miles, that'd be 20 miles round trip, we can make the same impact on carbon emissions as planting 100 trees. So a huge potential for carbon reduction. All that said, I hear you on this one, and that's why the resolution explicitly encourages the Planning Commission to explore such mandates for sustainability measures. Then I promised the last one around timing. With respect to the master planning process, this is an idea that has been in our current master plan and sustainability plans and framework for over a decade. Both of these documents are the product of extensive public input that spans multiple decades. And now it's time to turn those promises made by those plans, like our current master plan, into some form of action, or at least a tool that can be applied as action into the future. Then with respect to the COVID crisis, from the Washtenaw Housing Alliance, which is one of our foremost leaders in the county around affordable housing advocacy, I'll just quote from one of their representatives. "Now is exactly the time to be thinking about the long-term issues we are going to face due to housing shortages and sustainability issues. There is no better time to act than now on moving this development district through the appropriate city processes." Plus, this just creates one more zoning tool for our community to utilize in the future at a better time. It does not rezone any land in itself. In other words, it's not meant to rush anything through a process, but instead simply lengthen our runway so that we're ready when we have our new master plan ready to go. So I'll leave it there. I'm happy to speak to any questions. I hope this alleviates some concern, expresses the intent, and builds a little bit of excitement about what we can accomplish on affordable housing together as we continue our shared agenda.
Councilor Lum.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't know how this will play out tonight, but I will not support this resolution. If it's council's pleasure to table it or postpone it, I am okay with that. But if we vote on it, I will be voting no, and here's why. Now is not the time to embark down a path of potentially changing zoning and land use plans that would have dramatic impacts on large chunks of the city. Even without COVID-19, the timing is not right. The master plan update should be done first, or perhaps concurrently. Major decisions like this to add a zoning classification shouldn't be made in a vacuum. Rather, they should be part of the master plan update process where they can be discussed in the context of plans for the whole city. Then factor in COVID-19 and how it's impacting everyone's lives, their focus, and their access to information. And the idea of moving ahead on something this important when public engagement is so very difficult just seems to me to be really inappropriate, unnecessary, and an insult to the community. I'm sure my colleagues would say this resolution isn't a big deal. It's just another tool in the toolbox. It's just asking Planning Commission to look at something. It's much, much more than that. Passing this resolution sends specific direction and preferences to the Planning Commission, preferences and direction that have had the benefit of virtually zero public input. And by having a deadline of June 15th, the resolution is essentially saying to Planning Commission, don't worry about public engagement, just dust off the draft from the fall and bring it back to council. In my view, that's bad process and an insult to residents, especially those in the neighborhoods near these corridors. The draft in the fall identified several transit corridors that would be candidates for the new zoning district: South State, Washtenaw, Plymouth, West Stadium, Packard, and Ann Arbor Saline. The character of these are quite different, yet the draft ordinance had a one-size-fits-all set of rules, and that's not appropriate either. There's no height or mass limits for the buildings, none. Any size building would be by right for a developer, and we'd have no legal basis to stop it. And there are no minimum setbacks, but a maximum front setback of 10 feet. So clearly, the vision is large buildings built right up to the street. Some folks may think that's fine in all of these corridors. I'm not so sure. There's no specific language related to affordable housing or to energy efficiency of the buildings. So the impacts on the two priorities driving the initiative in the first place are not clear. The draft has no parking minimums, just maximums. So the concern there will be cars spilling into the neighborhoods is a valid one until there's adequate transit options. Unfortunately, the robust transit system necessary to make the whole transit district concept work is not in place in Ann Arbor right now. That's unfortunate, but it's also reality. And that's another reason the timing isn't right. We keep making the same mistake over and over again in Ann Arbor. In our desire for housing, we approve residential developments without having the necessary supporting infrastructure in place and then suffer the consequences. That's true for Northeast Ann Arbor, with the Nixon developments, with Lowertown, and with other developments. Implementing a transit zoning district without adequate supporting transit is that same mistake again on steroids. Anyway, I suspect some of my colleagues will offer amendments, and that's fine. But for all the reasons I mentioned, I don't believe the timing is right to embark on this path at all, regardless of how the resolution is tweaked. If it's council's pleasure to table or postpone the resolution to reorder the sequence of this and the master plan, I would support that. But before proposing it, I would like to hear from others. Thanks for listening.
Councilmember Rumlawi.
Thank you. Well, I have two major concerns before I can even go into this resolution. Two outstanding concerns that I need to preface it before going into any detail that my colleague, Councilmember Lum, did with really almost perfection in terms of the issues that this resolution has. And those two things are the obvious COVID-19, and we've already been warned not to use that as a measure to advance or detract from things. But that is what's going on outside right now. The lack of public engagement is a huge concern of mine. And frankly, I think it's time to really address this long-standing issue we have. It's been 217 days since council voted on whether Councilmember Ackerman should be serving on the Planning Commission. Councilmember Ackerman did not receive the blessings of council. I voted for him, but he did not get approval by council for council's proper representation on Planning Commission. I find that hugely problematic, hugely problematic. So much so that I won't support this type of resolution directing planning to do anything until the council gets the right and approved representation on planning. And that's not anything personal. That's just good government. We do not have representation on Planning Commission. We deserve representation on Planning Commission. It's been 217 days. When will we get our representation on planning?
Councilmember Grand. Councilmember Grand, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry, it got stuck. You good? All right. Sorry about that. Just key press somewhere. I want to respond to a lot of these concerns. One, first and foremost, that was raised by Councilmember Lum. I want to respond to a lot of these. I think this is a really big deal. I think this is one of the most important steps we can take to address housing affordability, to address sustainability, to address housing that's missing in the city. I think this is a tremendous deal, which is why it has such broad-based community support to move forward on this. Why many of us that sit at this council table during campaigns came out in support of transit-oriented development. So I think it's a big deal, but I also think it's a big deal because it's one of the smartest things we can do to help address the crisis we have in housing, and to look at the commitment that we've made to this climate crisis that we supported unanimously. I do think there are going to be lots of opportunities for public engagement. This isn't a slow process. We're probably looking at a process of 1 to 2 years, best case scenario, before this actually comes to fruition. So I think that speaks to the concerns about timing, that eventually we're going to have opportunities for public input. Planning Commission has already been working on this, but there is a really, I think, big issue of trust that Planning Commission has worked on issues in the past that council has asked them to do, and then council doesn't vote for them when they bring it forward. So I think they're looking for direction before they invest more time in this effort, and I think that's fair. this is not something that's necessarily going to be by right. It is a tool, but I think it's a critically important tool. It's a tool that even during this time of crisis, we're hearing from lots of people in the community saying, and different members of the community, you know, this is not just one group that we're hearing from. This is the kind of housing that a lot of people in our community want to take advantage of so that they can contribute and live here and live a sustainable life and be able to live and work here and contribute to businesses along the corridor. So if you have been in favor of transit-oriented development in the past, I hope that, you know, you will take advantage of this opportunity to state your value and then I do want to address the concern about Councilmember Ackerman, since it was put so bluntly. I have no issue being blunt back. I guess you'll get a new council member when you get on a planning commission, when you get a new mayor.
Councilmember Smith.
A point of order. Mr. Taylor, you're our mayor. You're our
Yes.
mayor, Mr. Taylor. I reckon, Councilwoman Grand, I'm not waiting around for a new mayor. We have a mayor.
He has the right to appoint whoever he wants to appoint to planning commission. So my colleagues call out my other colleagues, I'm going to stand up for him. That's all.
Councilmember Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you. It's getting old. You know, as I look at this, COVID-19 is I've seen two different responses, not just in Ann Arbor, but across the country. One is the circle the wagons mentality that is, hey, you know, if we just have net zero buildings here and low rise buildings, and, you know, we just kind of seal off our borders, we'll be okay. You know, we'll be more resilient than we are now. And I look at that as we have one giant variable that we don't control and we have no influence over, and that's the university. And I don't think the university is going away. I don't think it's getting significantly smaller. And we have to acknowledge that. Or we can pretend it's not a factor, but it is the single most important factor in how our town, what the quality of life is, how our sustainability is. There's just no getting around that 900-pound gorilla. So I think it's important to look at the COVID pandemic as an opportunity for how we plan to be a more resilient place in the future. And some of that is trying to figure out how we can allow places to be built that allow for people to live in places where they don't need to get in cars, where they can get their goods and services within a 15-minute walk, which is, you know, about a half a mile. You know, our land uses are so segregated across the city that there's so many neighborhoods where it's not possible to walk and get a quart of milk anyplace. You know, so I think that this is an important opportunity to start the process of understanding what a more resilient community might look like and starting this process now. You know, it can say, let's not do it, let's wait. But I mean, I don't know when the master plan is going to get going, because if the rationale that, you know, we can't move forward on this because nobody will participate, we certainly can't move forward on the master plan. You know, I think people are tired of our petty sniping in this room. I think they're exhausted by this, and they just don't understand how we can't work together. And frankly, I'm in that same boat. You know, I try as hard as I can to try and figure out ways to go forward, to try and find some common ground, and there just doesn't seem to be any about development, and that's a shame. So, you know, I think this is the way to go forward. I think it's responsible. I think it takes this time that we have to reimagine how we can be a more resilient place coming out of this. But, you know, maybe you guys don't agree.
I'm in the queue on this. I'm going to just say that the transit-oriented development is low-hanging fruit. It's a truth university acknowledged that we have more people that work in Ann Arbor than can afford to live in Ann Arbor. And the only way to achieve a goal whereby more people who work here are able to live here is to create a broad set of housing that's available for them. Some of that is going to be city-sponsored affordable. Others of that is going to be market. And putting people, in allowing property owners to build homes, mixed-use developments on transit corridors with real and material density, which will, of its nature, be more more affordable than other parts of our community, which will, by its nature, provide for new residents who will no longer need a car with the same degree of regularity as I do today. That achieves so many of our different goals. It achieves our goal of reduced economic segregation. It would achieve our goal of improving our carbon neutrality, and frankly, it achieve a goal of improving financial health of our community. Because as we all know here at this table and elsewhere, we because of the nature of municipal finance in Michigan, if we do not grow, we as a community, we go backwards. Our costs outstrip the natural increase of our revenue. And so this is something that we frankly need to do if we're to continue to provide the services that our residents presently enjoy and the additional services that our community presently demands. The effort to put together a zoning district, a transit-oriented development district on the part of the Planning Commission is something that is plainly achievable. It's something that they can do now, and it's something that we should charge them to do so that we'll be able to gain the benefits of it in the future. Councilman Eaton.
Thank you. Planning Commission and planning staff have been working on this concept for many, many years. I was just looking through my materials and I came across a June 2017 memo from staff to the planning director pointing out that this T1 concept really isn't textbook transit-oriented development. It just doesn't fit that mold. We're just using that as a title. But we have been working on this, and we've been working on this for a very long time. I don't believe that we should, at this point in time, opine. Rather, the Planning Commission should continue to listen to residents. I attended a public hearing at the Planning Commission on October 1st of last year, and there was a robust discussion that represented multiple points of view, not just the single point of view that was generated by the advocacy groups that got everybody to send emails to us in the last couple of weeks. I believe that is an essential part of this discussion of formulating a new zoning district. We should continue that public process, but right now we really can't because the Planning Commission is not set up to have that kind of robust public hearing under this kind of scenario where we're all using Zoom rather than meeting in person. This resolution calls for Planning Commission to bring a recommendation to us by June 15th. We don't know whether or not the state emergency order will have been lifted by that point in time. We don't know what kind of public input can be sought in a meaningful way between now and then. So I'm going to move that we table this resolution until the state lifts its emergency management order, and I hope that you'll support that table.
I think a tabling does not have a time certain associated with it. If you want to postpone it to that.
A tabling is associated with an event. So I could set a date, but I would just simply be guessing as to when the governor might lift the order. Whereas I can table contingent on her lifting that order. Because I believe this week she's going to extend it again, and she'll continue to extend it until, in fact, the state has a grip on the pandemic. So I think that tabling contingent on the lifting of the state emergency order is actually appropriate.
So by that, do I infer, just by way of clarity, that it will come back to the agenda the meeting after the lifting of the emergency order, the state of emergency?
Well, upon the lifting of the order, any council member can move to take it off the table.
Second the tabling.
Well, I believe any counselor, well, okay, the motion to table has been seconded. I don't have Robert's rules in front of me. It seems like if it's on the table, it's on the table. But I don't believe that you can lock it. You can double lock it to prevent a council member from bringing it up prior to a date certain.
Well, we can debate Robert's rules later. There is a motion and a second on the tabling. I believe that a motion.
That's in order.
A motion to table is not subject to debate, and so we should proceed to a vote.
Mayor, was that seconded by Councilmember Long?
Yeah. It was.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner, question of order. Councilmember Hayner, were you speaking?
I think so, but everything's kind of seizing up over here with my internet. So is that accurate, Mr. Postma? Tabling is subject directly to a vote and not a debate?
You know what? That's the one thing I didn't bring home is my Robert's Rules of Order. I can go on and spend some time on it, but I do not have an answer on it.
Just voted already, 10:45.
I mean, I was in the queue to speak to the main motion. That's
sure.
I saw that was coming up next. So I just wanted to ask.
I think let's proceed on that basis. I think people know how, without regard to whether it's proper, I think people have a notion of how they're going to vote. Does anyone have any objection to moving forward on that basis? Roll call vote, please, on the tabling, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Motion carries.
It is tabled. DC3, resolution to approve Ann Arbor Housing Commission eviction prevention and emergency response request for assistance and appropriate $200,000. Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, second by Councilmember Bannister. Discussion, please, of DC3. Councilmember Ackerman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I sponsored the last resolution and this resolution, so I just want to clarify some misstatements from colleagues on the last item, and then I'll move on to this one. I feel like I was cut off prematurely, and it's something I care a lot about.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, I agree.
We have voted on that matter and we've moved on. He has an opportunity to speak at the end of the meeting if he has more to say on the subject.
You know, I think as a matter of practice, people often make comments about prior actions. By way of example, Councilmember Hayner made a non-directed comment with respect to a prior motion. It's something that we tend to do. It's a freedom that we tend to allow each other. I don't see it being abused then or here or subsequent. If Councilmember Ackerman chooses to speak at council communication in the back end, that's his decision.
Is that going to be extended to all of us?
I think we all have the ability basically to speak about what we want to speak about. I
can stay up all night.
Councilmember Ackerman, you have the floor.
Cool. Debating it took more time than what I wanted to say. Just with respect to the dusting off the plan from the fall, that wasn't the intent. The resolution in front of us actually explicitly took feedback that we got from the public and tried to incorporate it to make sure that it was a product that was part of that dialogue, or came out of that dialogue rather. And that's just really one I wanted to clarify. With respect to the resolution in front of us now, I'm proud to put this forward. Thank you so much to Teresa Gelati from the county. Thank you to Jennifer Hall from the Ann Arbor Housing Commission. Thank you to Tom Crawford from the city of Ann Arbor, as well as Councilmember Bannister, my co-sponsor on this item. This is something that came out of a conversation at the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board meeting. It's plain that the COVID crisis and the public health solutions that we have to implement, that is closing non-essential business, is having huge economic ripple effects. Many economic ripple effects that harm the most vulnerable among us, which are oftentimes tenants of Ann Arbor Housing Commission properties. We have a set of tenants who find themselves in a financial hole, and that when the state courts release their hold on evictions may face becoming homeless very quickly. I think as a community and an affluent one, in fact, the most affluent in the state, we can take it upon ourselves to help fill that hole and help them get through these times, so that when the economy rebounds, when our local economy rebounds and opens up again, they'll be housed securely, safely, and can go back to work.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor on this resolution. I anticipate that this is going to pass unanimously. I don't believe anybody's opposed to helping those who need help. I would hope that the council's passing of the emergency management resolution last month imbues the city administrator with powers to do this sort of thing without coming to us except for approval after the fact. I think that we really have to strive to help as many people as we can in our community get through this very, very difficult period of time. We're going to really have a horrible economy for the foreseeable future, and to the extent that we can help our residents, we should be trying to do that. So I support this. I hope everybody else does, and I encourage the city administrator to use his emergency powers. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. This was on last month's agenda when we only had 6 council members available. So it was unfortunate that we had to wait a few extra weeks, but we were reassured by our city administrator that he could still act in ways to make sure that the folks who needed this help didn't have to go without it. So I appreciate that. I also would like to be added as a co-sponsor on this. It's extremely important at a time like this, and this is something that we can do as a community, something we can do as a local community, as a local government. That is, many people obviously in the community asked us to help the people, whether at the homeless shelter or in subsidized housing, for assistance and funding. So this is how we can help, and thanks for putting this together.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, this is a fine thing we're doing, and I appreciate the work that we're doing for Ann Arbor Housing Commission properties. And I know there were concerns over the county properties, like the Delana Center and so on. And so I would encourage those in the county and in the community and the nonprofit sector and any place else who anticipates needs of assistance to reach out to the city, and so we can start getting kind of assessing what these needs are going to be fully. So whatever we can do financially to help, we'll have a way to prioritize that and balance it appropriately as the needs arise. And I appreciate that our city administrator interim city administrator said that he could act without this, and I sent assurances to folks in the community who were very concerned about this and the shelter and other things, and hopefully we didn't leave anybody behind or miss anything because we couldn't all sit down on that first meeting earlier this month, or last month rather. So yes, thank you all for supporting this, and it's right and appropriate that we do this, and also folks out there in the community, if you have needs, don't be afraid to reach out and get on our list. And I know we're going to try and see what we can do, and there's a lot of nonprofits working on this and other things around this, and I just you know, hopefully this money is going to help keep these folks in the system. I wish that we could do more. I know the governor's suspended evictions and things, and I get a lot of correspondence from folks in the community around the country who are you know, begging for assistance with rent because they're out of work. And I mean, even homeowners face that. So I'm glad we're doing this. I'm happy to support it, and I hope that we can do more.
Councilmember Grand.
Mayor, may I make a comment?
Please, Councilmember, pardon me, Mr. Crawford.
Just for clarification, I do not believe that, and we could take this offline if you'd like for another time, that under the emergency management powers, I could have approved this without council authority. I did indicate that I was able to help Jennifer up until now, so she was able to go until this next meeting. I'd also like to just remind people that the city is not the clearinghouse for human service needs. They really need to hit the county services that are established. They are the lead agency on human services.
Thank you. Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. As liaison to the Housing Commission, I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor, please. I have been in pretty regular communication with Ms. Hall, and I appreciate Mr. Crawford's efforts that, you know, there are some particularities about the way that the Housing Commission is funded due to its relationship with the city that where temporarily they can move some things around, but I suspect that they will have some more needs in the future, and I've certainly offered my support to Ms. Hall. If she does need to bring anything forward, I'll be sure to be, you know, right there to do it. But I appreciate everyone's support.
Councilmember Griswold.
Please add me as a co-sponsor.
Councilmember Lum.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that council members Ackerman and Bannister brought this forward, and as Councilmember Ramlowey noted, we had to postpone it at the March 16th meeting because of the 8-vote requirement. I also would like to thank Mr. Crawford for his support and assistance of the Housing Commission and Ms. Hall. And this request, we are allocating this $200,000 from the risk fund to the Housing Commission. And this request is also, this $200,000 request is consistent with Ms. Hall's Housing Commission budget presentation that she presented on March 23rd. Clearly, I think this is the right thing to do. Although there's no details on precisely how this will work at this point, I trust Jennifer Hall to manage it appropriately, fairly, and responsibly. So thank you again for bringing this forward. And I'd also like to have my name added as a sponsor, please.
Further discussion? I just like to add my thanks to the council members who brought this forward as an initial matter. It is a time where we all need to band together. And one of the things that we do as a community is that we care for the neediest among us, and to the best of our ability. And one of the ways that we as an organization provide services to those in need is through housing, through our Housing Commission. As Mr. Crawford indicated, we do not, as a municipal organization, provide direct human services. That tends to be a county function, but we do provide some housing. And this is one case, one instance in which we're able to take real and meaningful action to support folks in need. And so I'm delighted that we're moving this forward. Further discussion? Mr. Crawford.
Just for one more clarification, the funding for this was originally thought to come from the risk fund, but it was determined that that was not an appropriate source. So the resolution before you tonight is from the general fund, just for clarification.
Oh, thanks.
Roll call vote, please, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Long,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
motion carries.
Excellent. Do we have we believe we have a closed session?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We have a closed session under the Open Meetings Act in pending litigation. It is a case in federal court. The city has brought this litigation against Newview. That is the case. Thanks.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please, to go into closed session? Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Long,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Ackerman, you're on mute.
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. As to members of the public, what we're going to do now is we're going to hop off of this meeting. The council members are going to go into another closed meeting. That meeting, because it will be in closed session, will not be available to the public. After that meeting runs its course, we will come back to this feed promptly. So if you wish to remain on this line and view the rest of the meeting, please do so. We do not know how long the next closed session will take. Thank you very much. We're now in closed session.
First one back.
Yeah.
Session moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Umlawi. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We're back in open session. May I have a motion, please, to open the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion? All in favor of opening the agenda, please say aye.
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 Okay.
All opposed? The agenda is open. May I have a motion, please, to amend the agenda? Let's take care of it on the upfront. DC 3.5. DC 3.5, that is to say, resolution to authorize settlement of City of Ann Arbor v. Newview Systems, Inc., United States District Court, case number 19 CV 13573, distributed by clerk right now. May I have a motion, please, to add that to the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion about adding that on the agenda. All in favor?
Mayor Taylor,
I'm sorry, yes?
I don't believe Councilmember Bannister has returned.
Thank you.
Who brought the Jeopardy music?
I think we're checking with IT to see if she needs assistance.
All right, thank you.
My participant list as an attendee.
Promoting her from attendee, 1 second.
Oh, there she is.
All right. We have before us a motion to amend the agenda to add resolution to authorize settlement of City of Ann Arbor v. Newview Systems, Inc., United States District Court, case number 19 CV 13573 as a new DC 3.5, moved by, I believe, Councilmember Smith and was seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion of that? All in favor of so amending the agenda?
Aye.
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 Opposed? The agenda is amended. I assume, Ms. Beaudry, you're distributing that resolution now? Thank you. DC 3.5, resolution to authorize settlement of City of Ann Arbor v. Newview Systems, Inc., Newview Systems, Inc., United States District Court, case number 19 CV 13573, moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Would someone care to read the resolution to the record so folks at home will know what we're talking about? Councilman Lum.
Thank you. Whereas,
Thank you.
whereas the parties in the above referenced lawsuit engaged in facilitated mediation on March 12, 2020, and whereas the city attorney's office updated counsel regarding the mediation and provided its legal analysis of the case in a privileged and confidential memorandum dated March 31st, 2020, resolved that the city council approves and authorizes the settlement of City of Ann Arbor v. Newview Systems, Inc., USDC case number 19 CV 13573 for a payment of $150,000 from Newview Systems, Inc. to the city, contingent upon receipt of the settlement agreement and mutual releases of all claims and dismissals of all claims with prejudice by the court in a form and with terms approved by the city attorney, and resolved that the city council authorizes and directs the mayor, clerk, interim city administrator, and city attorney to take such further actions as are consistent with the purposes of this resolution.
Thank you for that. Discussion? Councilor Ramlawi?
I apologize. Maybe I should have asked this in closed session. What is the time frame? Do we know when the payment would come to the city?
Yeah, I think I think the payment would be as quickly as possible. We'll finish the drafting of it, and so it would be usually in this it would be a payment of within a very short time period.
Councilmember Hayner.
Just to reiterate what I said in back, that I would hope that we, unfortunate as this incident was, that we can take this money and put it to a good use.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with me.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Lum,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. DC4, resolution to revise 2020 council calendar, moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Lum. Discussion. Councilmember Lum.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. You and I sponsored this, and just a little bit of background. On March 16th, our mayor announced that the March 23rd, March 30th, and April 13th work sessions were canceled due to uncertainty as to whether public meetings could be held during the COVID-19 pandemic. And then on March 18th, Governor Whitmer issued an executive order that authorized what we're doing tonight, electronic meetings of public bodies. And this resolution revises the council calendar to restore the April 13th work session to discuss the carbon neutrality plan. And obviously, hope everyone supports it.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? Is that a discussion, Councilmember Rumlawi?
Yeah, just a
Thank
quick
you.
question on this. And I know we missed a couple live work sessions. The other one, the DDA and the Ann Arbor Housing Commission's, I think it was work session. It would be nice to maybe have more than just one topic discussed, but just a quick question on, is it going to be done in this format, or what kind of format will that, I mean, I understand it's only a week away. We probably won't be doing it in council chambers, but just will it be done in this way?
I expect so, yes.
That's all.
All right, thank you. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DC5, resolution to recognize outstanding contributions and service to the city of Ann Arbor by Ethel Potts, moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Eaton. Discussion, please, of DC5. Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to co-sponsor this along with Councilmember Eaton and Ackerman. And my thanks to Brett Leonard and several of Epi's close friends for the helpful research in terms of the many planning related and other groups that Epi was involved with. And I should mention that the resolution has been tweaked a little bit from the original version. Thank you, Ms. Boudry, to correct a couple of dates in Epi's, or typos in Epi's bio. I won't repeat all the organizations Epi was involved in. It's quite a long, impressive list, including 9 years on the Planning Commission, 11 years on the ZBA, and volunteering on several other planning-related committees and local nonprofits. She was awarded Preservationist of the Year and helped establish the Old West Side Historic District. The book Legendary Locals of Ann Arbor said this about Epi, quote, known to Ann Arborites as a fighter for the city. She is a legend and she was a fighter. Epi cared deeply about Ann Arbor and she worked tirelessly and tenaciously in shaping it to be the city we all enjoy today. I will just note this quote that appears in the memorandum in the introduction for this resolution, and it's a quote from Epi. She said, and this goes back, said this in 1970, quote, someone must take a positive approach to the city and its needs. Obviously, that was a lifelong guiding principle of hers. Ms. Potts passed away on March 29th at the age of 95, and this resolution recognizes her leadership, service, and example. She set a tremendous example for all of the city of Ann Arbor. And if I may, I'll just read the last two whereas clauses. Whereas Ms. Potts, through all her many civic endeavors, was an informed critic, a supporter of thoughtful policy and sound community planning and neighborhood preservation, but most of all, a fierce, influential, and tenacious advocate for Ann Arbor. And whereas Ms. Potts is a positive force, an inspirational mentor for many, and made an indelible mark on the community she loved and worked tirelessly to improve. We recognize, the mayor and council recognizes Ms. Potts for her immeasurable community contributions and the service that she gave to the community that she loved. Thank you very much, Epi. We, Ann Arbor, all of Ann Arbor, appreciate your service and what you've done for us in our city. And may you rest in peace with the knowledge that your efforts and contributions have made Ann Arbor a much better place to live and work. Thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've had the pleasure of serving on Planning Commission for the last about 3.5 years now. And Epi was a pillar of that experience. She was always there and present and engaged in her community, and until the last months was leaning in to try to make her town a better place. And you know, we agreed on more than people would think, and it's mostly because of her talent for the discipline. She was so incredibly detail oriented in her examination of our zoning code and its application on development that it was constructive. Like so often at Planning Commission, the feedback you get from the public is we want more good things and less bad things. And it's hard to do something like that. But Epi always had something tangible to offer to push the conversation forward. And that was so appreciated. But beyond that, it was just a kindness and an empathy that, you know, in any form of public service, you take your brunt of criticism and ugliness at times. But even in disagreements, she saw the good in people, and she always assumed good intent. Her comments were, both her public comments and private comments, were always supportive and kind, and never accusatory. And that's something that I think we should all learn from and take to heart and try to apply in our own words. Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. I want to thank Councilmember Lum, Wendy Carmen, and our staff for putting this together. I did initiate the idea of passing a resolution to note her passing and her contribution to our community, but others did all of the heavy lifting, and I really appreciate all the work that was done on this. I met Epi about 18 years ago when my neighborhood was organizing to lobby the city council. And throughout the 18 years that I've known her, she has always been a wise and trusted advisor, and I will miss her deeply and gravely. We have lost a real stellar member of our community. She's always been a neighborhood activist and advocate, and I hope that some of us will carry on her work in her memory and for the good of our community. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd be remiss as council member of the 5th Ward where Effie resided, and where I first got to meet her, to weigh in on a little bit and just offer my condolences to her loved ones, to the community. It's really unfortunate again that we can't honor her life and legacy in person. So it's only appropriate that we take the time here and do it. I would, we just, echo a lot of what's been said, and the fact that she was just a trove of knowledge and wisdom and wealth of information. I think it caught everyone, a lot of people, by surprise to find out she was 95. Her mind was as sharp as a tack, right to the end. There was no fooling her, and yet even when she had disagreements, she had a very respectful way of explaining her differences, and that's something that I definitely need to learn more of, and perhaps others. But as I get older, and hopefully I live to that ripe age of 95, I will have perfected it to the level that she had. Lastly, I would just like to be added as a co-sponsor if I could. And I appreciate staff that helped put this together. And it's just an honor to honor her. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner. You're still on mute. There you go.
Yeah, I'm fighting a pop-up here that's telling me my computer's about to restart. So yeah, I didn't really plan to say anything, but I feel obligated to say something. And I didn't even know that we had crossed paths in my distant past. Her first husband, William Lewis, was a painting professor in college that I admired greatly, and he has some beautiful works of art that hang around in the league and other places here on campus. And so I think I actually knew her before I knew her. And then in 2012 or 2010 or whenever it was, I started to get super interested in politics and planning issues. And she stood out from the room in the kind of the way that a Ray Detter type might, where she had her binder and her opinions. And I really respected her opinions. And to me, she seemed like she was almost always right. And it was probably because she knew so much about the topic. And I was just really proud to call her a supporter of mine and a friend. And I was pretty shocked when I heard about it, like most of us were, I suspect. And I'm just happy that I got to know her as best I could this last couple of years. And I tried to make an effort, an encouragement of some of our common friends to try and help her to stay in her house, to age in her place, which is something that we're going to be seeing a lot more of in our community by, putting on some, replacing some rotten handrails and such so she can get up and down the steps safely. And I was honored to, help her with that kind of thing and just really do what I could to pay back all she had done for the community. And also those lessons that she's taught us all about how to kind of be brave when you speak about things and be confident in how you feel about things. And that's what I probably remember about her. And I hope everyone else does. And I thank everybody for putting this together. And I think in the future we should, we'll find some opportunity that's appropriate to name something after her in our city or something, just because she definitely will not be forgotten, but it doesn't hurt to memorialize that. So thank you for putting this resolution together. I'm very, very happy to support it.
Councilmember Bannister.
Yes, I would like to request to be a co-signer too, or co-sponsor also. And of course, I think we're lucky to have all of the videos of her imparting words of wisdom on us. And just March 28th, Rita Mitchell forwarded a really good memo from Epi about the location of the train station. And her conclusion was that as a lifetime train user, she didn't want to spend huge monies for new construction in a park away from the center of the city. So I thought that was really sweet that in her last few days, she was wrapping up her memos and sending out her last few words of wisdom to try and help the city of Ann Arbor. So I really appreciate all you guys' work and support on to recognize a humanitarian leader of her type. Thank you.
Further discussion? I'm sorry. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? It is approved. DC6, resolution to encourage the governor to issue an executive order regarding nomination petition, moved by Councilmember Nelson, seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion please of DC6. Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm bringing this forward because we do have a problem in that there are several candidates that I know of who don't have their signatures yet. And given the current circumstances and the recommendations of the governor for us all to stay in, it's not appropriate for somebody to be knocking on doors and getting signatures. And so basically what happened was we had a deadline of April 21st, but that deadline was artificially moved up sort of suddenly and unexpectedly. And I was happy to bring this forward because I know that in my own campaign, I decided rather late about deciding to run. And so I think I got my signatures in just 3 or 4 or 5 days maybe, and it was pretty last minute.
Me too.
So that's why I'm bringing this forward. I don't think it's fair for folks to have the really tough decision of, am I gonna be putting people at risk, putting my own health at risk to meet this deadline? We need to ask the governor to intervene. It's required that the governor intervene. We can't do this ourselves. We can't extend the deadline or make some other arrangement like paying a fee instead or something. This resolution is just asking the governor to acknowledge that there's an obstacle to people getting these signatures and offer us a solution so that somebody can be on the ballot without violating recommendations around social distancing. So that's it, pretty much.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you. Appreciate you highlighting this issue that we're having. I don't know if anyone at the table here can help me understand what would be asking for, whether it would be pushing the deadline back, or lowering the signature requirement. What type of relief? We are quickly approaching the 15th, 1 week. What form would that help come in? Does anyone have any idea?
We don't fully know, council member. We're watching it carefully. I know that there's been at least inquiries up to the governor's office. We don't know exactly what they will be proposing, but they, I think they do know of what the concerns are.
What happens if nothing is changed? No action is taken by the governor. And I know I read, I think it's for the U.S. Senate, it's something you need like 250,000 signatures or something astonishing. If nothing is taken, we fall back in place of what is currently in place, correct? People would not be allowed to file for the August primary. Is that correct?
Well, I think what we're looking at right now is if it's governed by state law, which also talks about our charter, and so the timing for the clerk, whether they would push that forward or it would be a combination of changing technology in some way to get signatures. I don't know. I believe that with your resolution, you want a solution to it, and there's a number of different ways that it might be done. So it's non-specific because you want this solution, you want things fixed. So I don't know, Mr. Thomas, if you have anything more to add. You've been studying it, but I think it's we're asking that it be remedied.
Right, and if there's no action taken by the governor, then it would just be the status quo. The deadline would be the deadline, and the signature requirement would be as stated in the charter.
Mayor?
Yes.
Oh, I was just gonna, I guess, reiterate what Matt Thomas said, but the current deadline under election law is April 21st, and we've been in contact with the Bureau of Elections. But as of right now, no action's been taken to extend it or to allow for a filing fee. So to answer Councilmember Umlawi's question, right now, the deadline is April 21st.
Thank you. Further discussion, Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you. Yeah, it was my understanding that obviously the state can't change their charter. All the state can do is move the deadlines because that's what they're in charge of. But a bigger concern I had is that, and I guess this question for Ms. Beaudry is, do you and the clerk's office have a concern about possible solutions to this, possible solutions that candidates might come up to that of getting in petitions? Like I've heard it floated that,
You're on mute.
yeah, something's going on here. I've heard the idea floated that a candidate could mail 120 copies to people that they know are going to sign. Is the clerk's office willing to handle paper copies in that kind of volume? Or are there any constraints that the clerk's office would put on the collection of these paper ballots out of health concerns?
We're currently taking appointments because the office is closed, but over the last 2 weeks, I've had 4 or 5 people come in and file. So there's no restriction on filing if you collect the signatures. I would just say that the circulator, technically under law, is required to sign that they witnessed the signature.
Right.
But
like
other than
mail.
that, there's no restriction on how many pieces of paper you turn in.
So this notion that one might mail or deposit an envelope and then collect it later would kind of violate the idea of an actual witness of the pen to paper.
Correct. It's the same. We've had this come up in the past where you can't leave them, in a public place and go pick them up later and then sign that you were the circulator.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilman Lum.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Nelson and Griswold, for sponsoring this. This is time sensitive, and I also appreciate your helpful summary of why you're bringing this forward, Councilmember Nelson. I'd also like to thank the Assistant City Administrator, John Fournier, for reaching out to the Governor's office on this very issue, and his assistants, and expressed interest to convey this to the Governor's office as soon as this is adopted, if this is adopted. I'd also like to thank Ms. Beaudry. She has shown real leadership on this matter as well, and has been proactively working with the Board of Elections, the Secretary of State's office, and clerks across the state to resolve this matter. I do think, our charter, when this provision was written and approved by the electorate, that was 65 years ago, and at the time, obviously, no one was imagining so extreme a shutdown of civic life. And as it stands now, we would be requiring potential candidates to do something in order to run and serve that is illegal, given the current executive order. And so hopefully this will move the needle for the Governor's office in the state to look at options other than just potentially moving the deadline. I mean, really, that's like throwing darts at a dartboard at this point in time. And this needs to be addressed. And we need some viable options. There are issues, as has just been noted, with potentially mailing petitions individually to people. I know right now there's even discussion about potential curtailing of mail service. And so, technologically, there are a lot of unknowns there as well. And I'm just very hopeful that our city will also, Attorney's Office will look at options in terms of our charter and the provisions that are required. Again, recognizing that this does require a change in state statute, but all the options need to be on the table, really, given the constraints that we're facing. This has to be resolved. So thank you all for working on this.
Councilmember Bannister.
Yes.
Then perhaps you can move to a vote on this.
Okay, well, I'm just looking at some of the paperwork that if we do have to get the signatures, then I'm gonna have to find a Xerox machine that's open to make these legal size. But I wanted to say I can send one copy to a whole bunch of people, and then they can sign as their own circulator. So they can sign their name up here and they can sign as their own circulator and then mail it back to me. But that's, that is not the ideal plan, and hopefully there won't be any germs on all of that as it gets circulated and that the post office keeps delivering. And so I don't even know where I would get the Xerox copy of a legal size at this point.
Further discussion?
FedEx Kinko's is still open.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved. We have communications today from our city attorney.
I do have something, Mayor. I didn't speak when you talked about Ethel Potts, because I usually don't talk about council resolutions, but some of you know, but not everybody knows that Epi was my friend and neighbor for 32 years. If you look right out my back door and go down the steps, our backyards are adjacent, and we spent a long time talking over the back, sort of a garden fence. And we're in the midst of social distancing now, and I will say that Epi Potts, there was no social distance between the Postumas and Epi Potts. And that even became more true. She was very good to our family. And when I became city attorney, he increased her trips to the Postuma family, especially if there were developments that were coming onto the agenda. I would find little articles on my front porch. I would find them pasted to my door. She would come over at any time, and she was welcome to come over. And yes, she did bend my ear, probably more than anybody else in the city regarding development. And I treasured my discussions with her. I will miss her. She's been away from her home for a while, and the lights are off in her house, and that's sad to me today. And but I do think that at 95 years, she had an excellent run in the city of Ann Arbor, and that's something that, especially when you watch people through the back door, we can sort of see out there and on our porch and talk. And so I just wanted to tell you that, because I'm not sure everybody on the council even knew that we were neighbors for 32 years. So thank you.
Thank you. We have before us the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. May I have a motion, please, to approve the clerk's report? Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion of the clerk's report. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The clerk's report is approved. We now come to public comment general time. Public comment general time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment general time, one need not have signed up in advance. Speakers have 3 minutes in which, Ms. Beaudry, how many folks are on the line right presently?
Right now, it doesn't look like we have anyone waiting.
Fair enough. Speakers have 3 minutes in which to speak. So please pay close attention to the time clock, and the clerk, Jackie Beaudry, will identify at 30 seconds. Callers will be call the phone number and the meeting ID on your screen to dial in. Callers will be called upon one at a time by the city clerk using the last 3 digits of your phone number. You'll hear an automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak, and then you'll speak. When you are speaking, please move to a quiet area, mute any television or background sound so that we may hear you clearly. If you are new to speaking at City Council, public comment is an opportunity to provide comments to Council. City Council listens but does not respond. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at public comment?
There's no one in the waiting room.
Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Are there communications today from Council? Councilmember Ackerman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment. I think, I think there's some concern from colleagues that the physical distancing and the ability to do public engagement and community engagement are incompatible. And I want us to challenge ourselves in this time that this might actually be an even better opportunity for us to engage our constituents and the residents of the city. People have, for the first time in a long time, some balance either forced upon them or introduced to them that gives them opportunity to lean into their community and provide feedback in ways they wouldn't otherwise. The ability to do remote meetings means that parents with young children can join meetings after they put kids down and can engage in a way they wouldn't be able to in a physical space like City Hall. I can speak with confidence now, having done a little mini town hall on Friday evening that got 40 participants ranging in age from their 20s to their 70s, all of whom seemed to be able to access the technology and spent their Friday night with me. And so, I really do want us to challenge ourselves to lean into that technology, to use it as an opportunity to reach even more people and get even more input on policies that will make people's lives better, not run away from it.
Councilor Grant.
Thank you. One of the things that I didn't get to speak to tonight because the T1 discussion was what I thought abruptly cut off, which I think is unfortunate given the level of public engagement and outreach that we had in support of this. So I just wanted to take a minute. I know it's late, but there's been a lot of pejorative language around certain kinds of advocates and advocacy groups. And I just want to say that, at least from my perspective, that there are a lot of groups who are really engaged in substantive community discussion. And just because you don't like their message doesn't mean that their advocacy isn't valuable and that it shouldn't be counted as much as others. So I just want to say to those advocates, especially around the issues of housing and sustainability, that I hear you, I appreciate your contributions to the discussion, and please continue to advocate.
Mayor? Sorry, it appears that CTN didn't publish the phone number when you called for public comment, and there is one person in the queue now.
In light of the fact that CTN didn't publish the phone number, and no shame to them or shade to them for that, with council's acquiescence, let's roll with that public comment. See no objection. Is there anyone who'd like to? We have one space for public comment.
Caller 326.
So this is Jamie McGarrett. Obviously, I'm disappointed about DC2, but I did want to instead focus on the fact that I do appreciate that council has put so much effort into doing your meeting online. and providing opportunity for people to communicate with you. You did a great job tonight, and I appreciate all of your efforts in that regard. And I'm also very happy to see that you all seem to be in relatively good health and have managed to stay in good health and well-being throughout this crisis. So I wish you a great night. And again, thanks for all of your hard work.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at public comment?
Mayor, the number was published, and that is the only caller now.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one, public comment is closed again. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at any other council communication? My apologies. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thanks. I mean, I'm not sure if there's anybody out there in viewer land right now, but I just want to stress the importance that of social distancing and making sure that we are continue to be vigilant as we get through this really tough time. I think it's important as much as possible to get communication out there. I know we are getting communication from the county and state and federal governments, and thank you, Mayor, for forwarding those communications to us on a daily basis. But as we go forward and we start having some policy changes here locally, I would just advocate for more of a cohesive message that can be sent out to folks when it comes to our local parks or our local parking, these kind of things, the policy changes that we need to take. Hopefully things kind of slow down where they're not changing minute by minute. We actually have a day to digest things before they change, that we can become better at letting folks know in our community what's going on as best as possible. I know it's been tough on everybody, and I appreciate our last public commenter, you know, looking at the big picture here as we argue about policy as often as we do, that we are all still in good health, and hopefully that remains the case, and hopefully this community comes out on top when this is all over, because of the vigilance and the practice that and the sacrifices that we're making right now.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I share the caller's disappointment that I think it would have been good to have a conversation around this transit-oriented development. I don't think that the one that stood the resolution that stood before us was the one I would have brought forward, and I actually had prepared an alternative one that I think met the same goals, but actually required a little bit more. And so I hope that we revisit that soon, and I'm going to do what I can, hopefully using these tools that I'm getting more used to, the Zoom and this, to continue to have public meetings. I've got a couple meetings that got postponed on the crux of having them, one about the tiny houses movement and another about the homeless considerations generally here in Ann Arbor. And so I'm hoping to reorganize those around this public Zoom software that we have now. And, you know, as far as the COVID-19 goes, you know, if I was sitting down there at council right now, I'd be wearing a mask and my gloves. And I'm a bit of paranoid about this whole thing. I'm not afraid to say it. And I'm an early adopter of mask wearing and so on. And I encourage our residents to be vigilant with their doings and their habits at this time. I make cleaning rounds at our house. We've pretty much been isolated here. My wife still works because they made they're an essential service, food products, and they work in a mail order situation, and they've made great strides. They already have a sterile environment because of what they pack, and they have made great strides to separate them. They're working odd shifts, 6 a.m. to noon. She's working. But we do our cleaning rounds. We're washing our hands, and we're wearing masks when we go out. We're flushing with the lid down, which is something that people don't often talk about. But more importantly, we're looking out for our neighbors. And we have a couple of seniors on our street, and we had no clue what was going on with them. And so we reached out to them. And I really want people in our community to do the same thing, not just because seniors are more at risk because they are, but because they may have less access to the types of things that we take for granted, like the internet or even the ability to drive. And so they may be more dependent on the kindness of strangers and neighbors. So I guess I want to leave with the notion that if you think that someone in your neighborhood might not be doing well, or you haven't seen from or heard from, to please reach out to them in a safe way. And even a phone call is worth a lot these days. And you know, as people say, live every day like it's your last. And I hate to be doom and gloom like that, but it's the truth. And so I just prayers to everybody out there who's not doing well with this, and for everyone who is also. So thank you and good luck, everyone.
Further communication from council. I'd just like to close for my part to have a tremendous thank you to staff, folks in IT, folks in the attorney's office, folks in the clerk's office, everyone else on staff who's enabled us today to have this meeting, which I think went quite well up and down the line. It was enabled us to do the people's work here. It enabled members of the public to see what's going on, engage what's going on, and really, it's you're a credit to us all. You do us and yourselves incredibly proud. So thank you. I and we all very much appreciate it. Further communication from council. We've already had a closed session, so I won't even ask Mr. Postema. May I have a motion to adjourn, please? Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned.